That's right, I just punched the head off an old woman just to discover that she was secretly a wasp. Welcome to Harvest. Produced by DigiFX Interactive, the game starts off by establishing the location of where our adventure takes place. A rusty and decrepit small town sign of Harvest greets us. As the camera pans down, blood stains the steel pole, an indication that the previously noted rust might not be rust after all. The sign is stuck in a skull-like rock in the middle of a cow pen. However, the more curious view is the giant crop circle it's positioned near. As the camera enters the town proper, the droning background music is accented by the sharp screeching of a white picket fence gate. An empty classroom is filled with the wailing of children. Night falls. We are swept through the legs of a warped statue and enter some sort of lodge. Now within the walls, we descend down the rabbit hole. A man with his insides twisted out screams, failing to dull the pain. After an extended credit sequence, we are woken up by the incessant pounding of our alarm. Was the intro simply a bad dream? Or are we living in a nightmare? While we ponder this quandary, we don a blue and white flannel before starting our day. I scroll through the hints and take a look at the controls. Everything outside the combat is done through left mouse click, so it's quite simple. Immediately, I start examining every single item in the room. These short descriptions help color in the physical clutter as well as understand who our character is. I take a look at my dresser and realize that it's open. After examining it, I can then operate it. This interaction is a critical gameplay moment as it teaches us that we can only operate certain objects after examining them first. We are also not able to determine the importance of an item based on its visual identity alone. A pair of sunglasses stand atop the cabinet. Inside the drawer are some clothes, a pen, and a quarter dated 1952. This puts us several years after the Second World War and many years removed from the game's 1996 release date. After picking up the pen and quarter, I leave my bedroom and enter the living room. A young boy wearing a cowboy hat sits on the ground in front of an old-fashioned console television.
What?
He greets us with quite the attitude, but we are now able to ask a question. The three choices presented to us are 1. Who are you? 2. Who am I? And 3. Where am I? I keep it simple for now and simply ask the boy who he is.
Leave me alone, Steve, or I'll tell Mom on you.
Through his response, I learn that my name is Steve and that we have a mom who is still alive. I, of course, ask about her.
Mom's in the kitchen, and if you bug me, I'll call her.
Look, do you know me?
Wish I didn't, 'cause then you wouldn't be my brother, and I'd have your room, and all the presents at Christmas. Though I will soon enough anyway, 'cause you're a lousy rat.
You're my brother?
No duh.
Listen, I don't mean to, bug you, but I can't seem to remember anything. Will you please just tell me who you are?
Mom, Steve is bugging me.
Steve, leave Hank alone right now.
We confirm that this boy is our younger brother, Hank, and that our relationship is unsurprisingly not the best. Although we earnestly try to get Hank to trust us, he doesn't believe that we are suffering through a bout of amnesia. From this short exchange, we at least do learn that Steve is rather dull and smooth-brained, as he isn't able to pick up on any of the not-so-subtle implications about his own character.
Steve, are you talking to me?
Yeah, only I don't want to be, 'cause I'm trying to watch my cowboy show.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm telling you, I need your help. I've lost my memory.
Have not. Cut it out.
I'm telling you the truth.
You always were a kidder, Steve. Leave me alone. I'm sick.
Steve has doubts that his name is Steve when called that, but if you've lost your own memory, then when told your name, would you even be able to reject said label because you would have no knowledge of not being called that in the first place? In any case, no matter how much we insist, our supposed lost memory is disregarded as we always were a kidder. I move on and ask about the cowboy show currently playing.
Have you noticed that your show is in black and white?
What else? Color? On a TV?
Well, I think I've seen a colored television before.
Have not. Quit it or I'm gonna tell.
Hey, look at that. Your mother lets you watch this stuff?
Sure. This is part of history. What made America great. And besides, blood and guts are neato.
The show being in black and white instead of color reinforces the time period we are in. But the fact that Steve remembers seeing televisions with color only continues to reinforce the idea that something is not quite right. The fact that Hank doesn't believe us only makes Steve doubt his own memories more though, which kind of makes sense. Continuing on, we are shocked that our mother allows him to watch such violent content. Hank justifies the content as being historical and educational, as it's a depiction of America's history and specifically what made it so great. This is some not-so-style commentary on how certain groups glorify violence because it's a part of our history. Since we are here now because of it, it must have been good. Of course, before I can even break down how lazy this line of thinking is, we learn that this justification is simply a red herring.
I'm glad you're catching on, Steve. You're not too bad for a lousy rat.
Hank reveals a moment later that he thinks blood and guts are neato. So even if we were able to break down his educational argument, we wouldn't get anywhere because Hank would just fall back onto his general feelings, which are based more on vibes and not any factual matter. The more things change, the more they seem to say the same. There's also the question of if kids should be exposed to excessively violent media, and this is the introduction of that overall theme of violence and exposure to it in this story.
What's wrong with...
I got a headache and a stomachache.
Then why aren't you in bed?
'Cause I want to watch my cowboy show.
You look all right to me.
I'm not faking. I couldn't go to school because I'm sick. Daddy's sick in bed too. And Mom believes me anyway. So shut up.
Hank mentions that he's sick, but Steve points out that he isn't in bed and appears normal and shows no sign of a fever. Hank insists that he's not faking it and that he wants to watch his cowboy show. It's subtle, but you could argue that Hank's enjoyment of such violent media is what is causing him to feel these symptoms that, make him sick, using a more colloquial slang definition of sick, as opposed to how we would generally define the word. We then ask about our dad.
Your dad is asleep?
He and Mom went at it last night pretty hard. He stayed in bed. I saw what she did to him. It was pretty bad.
What did she...
Like you don't know. I saw you and her on the couch last Wednesday night. Guess that's why she's grounded now, huh? Too bad you wouldn't pay me and I had to tell, huh?
What are you talking about? What girl?
What? Is there another one too? Wait till I tell.
Hank said that he was in bed, sick, but the continuation of the conversation lets us know that he's in bed because he and Mom went at it pretty hard last night. This expansion reinforces my belief that the definition of sick being used is a little bit more loose. Somehow, against all odds, Steve is confused at what action is being hinted at. Steve cannot believe that Steve is this low. I can't either, to be honest. And reveals that we were here with a girl on the couch last Wednesday night. This is no doubt the blonde woman we have a picture of on our nightstand.
I don't know what girl you're talking about.
All summer, it's been Stephanie this and Stephanie that. And now you don't remember? You think I'm dumb or something?
No, I just can't remember anything, like I said.
Well, you better remember quick, 'cause the wedding's in 2 weeks.
What?
Leave me alone so I can watch TV.
Asking further about the girl reveals to us that our relationship has developed to the point where we were due for a wedding. This gives us a person of interest, if not the person of interest, for us to probably talk to next. Pointing out how wretched the TV is allows us to view a short clip of the show Hank is watching.
That's a weird looking television. Come to think of it, this whole place looks totally retro.
What do you mean retro? All TVs look alike.
Sure, basically. But this is one old-fashioned clunker.
Old-fashioned? It's brand new.
Yeah, but look at the tube. Where's the remote control?
What's that?
Now that I think about it, I can't remember.
And what was that you said about retro rockets?
No, retro. It means... Oh man, I know what I mean. That everything here is wrong. But I can't picture the difference.
Then shut up and quit bugging me. I'm watching my terrible show.
Forgive me for the minor visual glitch on the bottom of the screen that shows the cutscene repeating. That is a DOSBox issue, and I eventually do fix it by switching to DOSBox staging. We aren't able to extract any more information from Hank, and so I head on over into the kitchen and talk to our mother.
Well, hello there. How about some cookies? There's plenty of rejects in the trash.
Who are you?
That's a fine way to talk to your mother.
You're my mother?
That's right. Though sometimes I get treated like the hired help around here.
I don't remember you.
Of course you don't. Until you need your socks washed.
No, you don't understand. I can't remember where I am or even who I am.
Land's sake, stop your joshing, won't you? Honestly, Steve, I thought you'd grow up a little after graduation. I only hope that new job will plant your feet on the ground.
So that's my name. Steve.
Your name will be M.U.D. Mud if you don't stop teasing me, young man.
Listen, this may sound strange, but I've lost my memory. Do you believe me?
Well, you always were a kidder, Steve.
I'm serious.
Sure, and next you'll be telling me you don't remember Hank and your little sister.
The intro conversation establishes our relationship and has some more not so solid commentary on the state of motherhood. Mom repeats the phrase, "Well, you always were a kidder, Steve." At this point, I'm gonna just assume that people do not believe Steve is as obtuse as he is and just assume that he's trolling. After that, we're presented with a variety of topics to ask about. I go down the list.
When did I graduate?
4 months ago, as if you could forget that.
What college?
College? A high school diploma is all you need to get a job. And besides, you can't marry Stephanie if you're going to waste your time going to college. 18 years old and you're just now getting your first job. It's a disgrace, but better late than never. I guess we can thank Stephanie for that.
The topic of graduation fills in some basic details from our past. After establishing our age and presence in society, we learn the name Stephanie, and that is no doubt the person of interest we wanted to know about.
And just who is Stephanie?
Don't you dare toy with that sweet girl. If you start in on her with all this amnesia poop, she'll think her fiancé is having second thoughts about the wedding.
I don't learn too much more from our questioning, but Steve really is not the brightest and is unable to control his emotions.
Fiancé? This is insane!
Oh, you're not having second thoughts about marrying Stephanie? Is that what this silliness is all about? Pre-wedding jitters?
Can something like that produce amnesia?
Stop this foolishness right now and count your blessings. Stephanie is great at cooking and cleaning.
Stephanie being good at cooking and cleaning is no doubt another jab containing some not-so-solid commentary about the life trajectory of the traditional role of women in a post-war America.
Look, all this talk about weddings is nuts. I'm not marrying anybody till I figure out what's going on here.
First the heartbreak of psoriasis and now this. 2 weeks before the wedding and you're backing out. Whatever will the neighbors think?
I can't marry someone I don't even know.
Fine, have it your way, but leave me out of it. If you're going to break Stephanie's heart, you march right next door and do it yourself. And don't expect me to write you a note.
What's cooking and cleaning got to do with anything?
Honestly, boys are so dense. What else is there for a wife but cooking and cleaning? You may not appreciate a hot meal on a clean plate when it's there, but if it wasn't, we'd hear about it soon enough, I'll bet.
You're saying that's all there is to marriage? Cooking and cleaning?
Well, you'll have to ask your father about that, but I'm sure Stephanie will do her duty when the time comes.
Duty is obviously a euphemism for sex, but America has always had a weird relationship with it and in popular culture. The fact that the subject is tiptoed around and discussed through metaphors when kids are allowed to witness acts of extreme violence is no doubt pointing out some sort of hypocrisy within our societal norms when it comes to media consumption.
Bless your innocence. But there are certain disgusting truths that go along with marriage. Facts that can't be disguised by sheets which wrap around the contours of flexing go-go's and bouncing legs. You can't know what I'm talking about, and that's best. When the time comes to make a baby with Stephanie, you'll have to make your peace with the fact that when a farmer plants his seed, he can't help but get some nasty dirt on his hoe.
My father.
He's in the other room. He decided to sleep in today. Now please, let me get back to my cookies.
I ask about our father, but don't learn too much more about him, which is odd. Instead, I question more about the cookies, not only on the table, but the ones also in the trash can.
The bake sale is on Friday, and yet you're baking the cookies now.
Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today.
But they'll be stale by then.
That's why I'm throwing them away.
And then cooking more?
To replace the ones I throw out.
Why?
Well, I have to. No one's going to pay to eat stale cookies out of the garbage can.
But you expect me to.
Of course not, Steve. I wouldn't charge you. I'm your mother. Help yourself.
Thankfully, our own mother wouldn't be so cruel as to charge us for the cookies in the trash. Regardless, even if they are in there, I'm sure some of the cookies are on top of other cookies, so it's not really all that bad. This inane and odd behavior only adds to the mystery of how strange of a situation we are in. Of course, we have to ask about what sort of charity even exists in this small town.
What charity is this bake sale supposed to benefit?
It'll help provide a fund for bums and hobos who wander into harvest and have no family ties.
Kind of a specific target group, isn't it?
You have to pay attention to detail when dealing with such people.
I don't know what you mean.
You will.
On the surface, the charity seems like a fairly noble cause, but once I consider the whole mystery of the situation we're in, as well as the weird, culty undertones brought on by the forceful insertion of the lodge, the whole idea is sort of tainted.
What lodge?
The Hall of the Order of the Harvest Moon, Steve. It's just the finest place in Harvest, and the most exclusive.
What's so great about it?
Hard to say, since hardly anyone gets inside. But it wouldn't be so exclusive if it wasn't just wonderful. Just like the new Reynolds dishwasher with their patented auto-dry process, TM. I've never used one, but I know I want it. Instead of sulking around the house all day, why not walk over to the lodge and apply for membership?
Asking our mother about the lodge was worse than not getting an answer. It's clear that the lodge was the large building we saw in the intro cutscene, and that everything we do involves a lodge somehow. So, aside from talking to Stephanie next door, joining the lodge is seemingly our next task.
That's wonderful, Steve. If you got into the lodge, you'd be the talk of Harvest. Harvest is a town unlike any you've ever known.
In what way?
I don't have time to go into it now. Why not take a walk around town and pester someone else? I'm busy.
I head outside and almost accidentally punched a paperboy. Before talking to him though, I examine every object outside. Curiously enough, outside of the master bedroom, there are security bars fastened to the window with Phillips head screws. This instantly builds upon the mystery of what is going on with our father, and it provides us with a new goal. From now on, I'll have to be on the lookout for a Phillips head screwdriver as well, because there's probably a reason for including such a specific line of detail. After that, I talk to Jamie James.
Hey Steve, I'm Jamie James. Remember me?
I guess not.
Hey, how come you haven't been putting the paper out for me in the morning?
He's extremely pissy about us not taking out the paper, but I'll forgive myself since I didn't even know this was a task I needed to complete because I misunderstood the line Mom said to us. Normally, the paper boy is supposed to bring us the paper. So when our mom said to take out the paper for the paper boy, that line just completely did not register in my head.
Yeah? Well, try to remember, will ya? How'd you expect a working Joe to make an honest living? You don't put the paper out, I'm out of a job.
So what? You don't get paid for picking up papers anyway.
The Sentinel building burnt down. What the heck else am I supposed to do? Listen, start putting that paper out and everything will be jake, okay? That's all I want. That and a pair of sneakers. Walking this route every day has worn holes in mine. Say, you got any spare sneakers? Oh, gee whiz. Look, if you find any, I'd be willing to trade you for them. Something really neato. Think about it. See you later, alligator.
The more important line from this conversation, though, is the fact that Jimmy James is looking for some new sneakers. Whatever he's willing to trade for them is probably an item we will need to solve some sort of puzzle later on. With nothing else for us to do at our house, I can finally leave. Our introduction to the map of Harvest is met with an extremely ominous musical effect. To the left of our house is a general store. In the same lot is a barbershop and post office. Below this block is a giant missile base. Very cool. To our right are our neighbors, the Pottsdams. The colossal building occupying the center of the map is no doubt the lodge. There are still a few more quadrants, but I streamlined my exploration process for now. The outside of the Pottsdam residence is as generic as it gets. There are some birds living dangerously on the power lines in the distance though. A rotund man wearing a wife beater lounges in his polyester couch with his feet up. Surrounding him is a giant mutant potted asparagus contaminated with harvest-specific electromagnetic radiation and a picture of him squeezing his meat. These details, combined with the eerie UFO-like ambiance, paint a perfectly grotesque image of the man of the house.
There he is, my future son-in-law. And how's he doing today? What brings him to the Pottsdam household, huh?
I choose not to mention my amnesia, as that cannot go well. Besides, Stephanie is the reason we are here in the first place.
Oh, you'll have to ask the missus about that. Stephanie's grounded to the wedding. Can't have her changing her mind at the last minute, not with all that meat at stake.
Mr. Pottsdam, mentioning his daughter's marriage under the context of meat being at stake, reveals his true intentions. Asking about her father does nothing to expand Mr. Pottsdam's one-track mind.
I haven't seen my father. He's locked in a room. I hear him moaning, but that's all.
He's not going to die, is he?
Like I said, I don't know. That woman, Mom, tends to him herself.
Well, next time you see him, be sure to tell him that I said hello. And tell him that I'm praying for his speedy recovery. And also, would you remind him about the meat? Especially about the meat.
Yeah, fine. If I see him.
You should be more concerned. If he dies, then who's going to take over the slaughterhouse? Who's going to tend to the meat? I guess as his son, you'd take over, right?
Apparently, our father is a man in charge of the town's slaughterhouse. While implied, this explicit acknowledgement confirms why our relationship with Stephanie is so important to Mr. Pottsdam. His obsession is beyond fetishistic in nature and is clearly meant as an absurdist abstraction of a man concerned with only himself. I would rather not work in a slaughterhouse, but while Steve might be dumb enough to expound upon those feelings, I know that I should just play it safe.
I can't imagine a better job than working in a slaughterhouse. Sure, it'd be just dandy, and you can't argue with success. Everyone in Harvest gets their meat from your dad. What a grand business to go into. Oh, sure. Cutting animals open may not be much fun. Reaching into their bodies and yanking out the bloody guts, intestines dangling and slapping against you, the smell of death and shit in your nostrils all the time. Well, those are all definite cons. But once you're done, guts have been washed into the gutters. What are you left with? Meat. Rows and rows of scrumptious red meat.
The gruesome imagery of guts juxtaposed with the results of meat points out the inherent cruelty brought about by the slaughtering of animals and asks the question, do the ends justify the means?
Meat is the foundation of any decent society. Everyone needs at least 3 servings of red meat a day, and anyone who says otherwise is a commie. And once you're married to Stephanie, I'll be part of the family too, and your father will give me all the meat I want. Kinda makes up for not getting into the lodge.
Mr. Pottsdam expounds more about meat as we question why Stephanie is grounded.
Well, don't look at me. Mrs. Pottsdam wants Stephanie to study hard for her finals. If it was up to me, you could go straight upstairs, but you know, the little woman, you'll have to ask her permission to see Stephanie. Sorry, Steve. The last thing I want to do is upset you and your father before the wedding. Not with the meat at stake. You will remind your dad about the meat. Won't you?
Based on our younger brother's implications, it was due to us being together. Mrs. Pottsdam wishes for her to focus fully on her studies though. If we wish to talk to Stephanie, we need to talk to her first. Like, the game literally will not let you progress if you don't talk to Mrs. Pottsdam first. Like, that's how much we need to talk to her.
Tell me about this wedding.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to hold the wedding down at the funeral parlor, since I'm not a member of the lodge. Mr. Moynahan has given his okay, and your father is going to cater the affair with plenty of meat.
Since our marriage is of such importance to Mr. Pottsdam, as well as being a supposed life highlight to us, we ask more about it without revealing our lost memories.
Moynahan is the undertaker. He also runs the Wayward Hotel. Since he's providing the space for the wedding, you might stop by and say hello to him, just to be sociable. But whatever you do, be sure to say hi to your father for me. Will you do that? Tell him hi, and remind him of the meat.
Mr. Moynahan, being the town's undertaker, as well as being our marriage officiator, makes him another person of interest, but I don't really have any business with him right now. With no more topics of conversation at hand, I leave Mr. Pottsdam to his own and enter the kitchen. Mrs. Pottsdam looks just like our own mother. An offensive observation.
Hello, Steve. Have you flossed today? Honestly, you men can insult a woman without even knowing you've done it. What a horrible thing to say.
You're both standing around baking cookies. Same cut of dress. Same pearls. So bizarre.
There's nothing bizarre about baking cookies. The Harvest Charity Bake Sale is Friday, you know, and by gosh, Mrs. Marvin Pottsdam Jr. can be counted on to do her share. Just because I'm doing housework doesn't mean I have to be a drudge. It's a wife's duty to look good for her husband at all times. What's wrong with wearing pearls, for heaven's sake?
Nothing, but you look like June Cleaver. Some kind of sitcom mom.
Sitcom?
Geez, you know, a situation comedy. The weird part is, I can't remember how I know that.
I'm much too busy with housework to watch TV. Maybe Mr. Pottsdam would know about sitcoms. Stephanie doesn't watch TV, though. She's grounded.
While pointing out the pearl necklace, her cliche appearance reminds Steve of someone from a sitcom. The observation isn't the important part. Instead, the fact that Steve remembers a term for a type of television show that doesn't quite exist yet is the strange part. We're experiencing some sort of space-time dysphoria, and the reason why almost certainly has to do with the lodge.
You mustn't be too hard on Mr. Pottsdam, Steve. He's a disappointed man. No matter how many lodge admission forms he fills out, they keep turning him down. He has a new application in, though, so keep your fingers crossed. If he joins the lodge, you and Stephanie can have your wedding in the Chapel of Love, rather than over at Moynahan's place.
From Mrs. Pottsdam, we learn that Mr. Pottsdam wallows in his own misery due to failing to join the lodge. Can a person unable to move on from their mistakes and allows himself to succumb to their worst tendencies really be called a man, though? We ask more about Mr. Moynahan. He has connections to the lodge, but Mr. Pottsdam received no results, so it's unlikely we will find any success with him on that front. Asking more about the lodge reveals to us that we can pick up an application from the post office.
Mr. Moynahan runs the Wayward Hotel and the Shady Oaks Funeral Parlor. It's rumored he has connections with the lodge, but the order keeps that kind of thing secret. So Mr. Pottsdam has tried to get him to put in a good word for his lodge application, but so far...
That's rather convenient, but it is quite clear from Mr. Pottsdam's failure that there are certain unmentioned strings attached.
What can you tell me about the lodge?
Just that they're exclusive and secretive. If you're curious, you ought to pick up a lodge application at the post office and take it over to the sergeant-at-arms. Isn't that a thought? Forget Mr. Pottsdam. If you became a member of the order, we could hold the wedding inside the lodge. My, wouldn't that be lovely?
We obtained permission to visit Stephanie, but the situation over why she's been grounded is still a curiosity, and thus I manually poke for more information. Normally, typing in words into the parser ends in a complete failure, but here it worked.
Mr. Pottsdam feels there's too much at stake to allow Stephanie to run around loose.
She doesn't want to get married either, huh?
Are you saying you don't want to marry my daughter?
I don't know your daughter, Mrs. Pottsdam. Why is she grounded? Afraid she'll run away before the wedding?
No! She's as delighted as we are about the wedding, every bit as delighted as we are. But she might get hit by a car, or a falling piano, or who knows what. Mr. Pottsdam wants us all to be one happy family, and he doesn't want to risk anything happening at the last minute. I don't see any reason why not.
Somehow, Steve's remaining brain cells made a connection, and he picked up on the underlying implication of Stephanie having some mixed feelings about the marriage. Mrs. Pottsdam assures us that nothing is wrong, which only makes the circumstance more suspicious. Still, we are allowed to visit Stephanie, so if there is a problem, we will find out for ourselves momentarily. We head up the stairs. The noxious odor released by the wall-mounted air freshener distracts me. But after finding nothing in the landing's Tupperware, TM, I try to enter the furthest room, but am locked out. After that, I enter the second door. This is quite obviously Stephanie's room, but I don't want to interact with her just yet. After confirming that our makeup looks just fine in the mirror, I get distracted by the thing. After making sure that this thing is indeed one of those things, I peek past the first door and enter the bathroom. An unstoppable constant drip tortures my ears, but I can't let that distract me too much. Examining the bathroom reveals to us that this is indeed a bathroom. The one-ply toilet paper is soon revealed as the true horror though. I operate the medicine cabinet and pick up some of the spare pills. If I can pick an item up, there is basically no reason for me not to. After this successful raid, I'm left with some aspirin, Orlube, cough medicine, and a tampon. Not sure why Steve felt the need to pick up that last one in particular. As I step away from the sink, I discover that I'm able to operate the pitcher, hanging adjacent to it on the same wall. We witness Stephanie donning her clothes through a short cutscene. The fact that this peephole exists detracts from Mr. Pottsdam's character by a rather immense amount. Liking or being obsessed with meat isn't a crime. Spying on your own underage daughter is pretty unhinged behavior, though. After confirming that Stephanie has nice taste, we strike her up in a conversation.
Who are you? What are you doing in my room?
Haven't you heard? We're getting married.
So, you're the one. Steve, isn't it?
You mean you don't know me?
I mean, I don't know anyone. I don't remember anything. How many times do I have to say it?
Just one, Steph.
Really? Oh God, I thought it was just me.
You're not alone. Can you tell me what's going on here?
Those people downstairs have locked me in my room. They say I'm grounded until the wedding.
Rightfully, she's concerned as to why a total stranger is in her room. Of course, technically, we shouldn't be strangers. So immediately, I know that something is up. It takes Steve a little while to flip onto the same page though.
Maybe my amnesia isn't total after all. You're familiar to me. Like we've met before. In another life.
Maybe we really do live here. Maybe we were together
and the same thing happened to both of us. An accident. Something.
Neither of us has bumps on our heads, if that's what you're getting at.
Have you been able to remember anything else? Anything at all?
Well, I have had these recurring dreams. Just fragments, really. Strange, abstract images. Liquid, chrome.
Probably just a dream.
Well, have you thought about how to escape Harvest?
Thanks to our collective amnesia, we have a shared moment that drops our guards and allows us to bond. Of course, I can't help but follow up on this rather strange connective phenomenon. Stephanie likens the familiarity of each other to as if we've met in another life. Steve tries to rationalize it by suggesting that we both suffered some sort of shared accident here in Harvest, though. On the surface, it's not a bad idea, but Stephanie suggests against that theory as there are no physical indicators that anything of that nature happened. Me, as the player, thinks that mentioning these specific points is not accidental. Thus, at this point, I'm thinking that Steve and Stephanie did suffer some sort of accident and are now living in some sort of simulated world combined by their minds together. Of course, that's just a theory, and not really theory in the scientific sense. So,
Escape?
Harvest is a prison, Steve. Don't forget that.
Stephanie transitions to the topic of escaping from Harvest, which was not a path I thought about taking, at least not directly. Stephanie compares Harvest to a prison, which presents us with two dialogue options. I think that Stephanie is right,
Of course I'm right.
but the first option suggests that the people in Harvest are simply just eccentric. This is quite the salient answer, which questions the very nature of how we judge and interact with people.
Everything in Harvest seems to revolve around this damned lodge, this Order of the Harvest Moon. They're responsible for this insane bake sale that's coming, and for the Harvest Blood Drive, too. When people talk about the lodge, it's always in this hushed, reverent tone. Mom keeps telling me that women can't join, but she keeps pressuring me to get you to join.
She's not the only one who wants me to sign on with the lodge.
That's probably the worst thing you could do.
You think the lodge is some kind of trap?
I think all of Harvest is a trap.
If that's true, maybe joining the lodge is the way out.
Look, why not explore the town a little? I can't get out of here, but if I could, that's what I'd do. Maybe you can figure out what's happening here without going anywhere near the lodge.
You're really afraid of the lodge, aren't you?
I look at that building, all lit up at night, and I get scared.
I mean, look at the damn thing. Seem like a harmless bunch of Masons to you?
Having to stare at the ominous structure all day and night, merged with the malicious undertones, has rightfully spooked Stephanie when it comes to matters revolving around the lodge. She would rather us not deal with the organization, but unfortunately, I don't think that's up to us to decide. I ask a few more questions, but I don't really get any more information. Before leaving Stephanie, I ask about the tampons and use the item on her just to make sure. I mean, the game did specifically tell me to ask Stephanie about them, but this just ended up being a waste of time. Before taking my leave, I do make sure to mention the people to Stephanie. She's rightfully disgusted.
Stephanie, I think you should know there's a peephole hidden behind the picture in the bathroom.
You mean a peephole? They're spying on me?
I'm afraid so.
So that's the scraping I hear every night. The picture sliding along the wall. Disgusting. I've got to get out of here, Steve. The thought of that fat slob watching me.
I'll question Pottsdam about it. Maybe if he knows I know, it'll scare him off.
Thank you, Steve. I don't know what I'd do without you.
When I mention the people to Mr. Pottsdam, I'm presented with several options.
Beg pardon?
You've got a peephole in the upstairs bathroom. It looks in on Stephanie's room.
Well, I'll be darned.
And the most amusing of which is when I accuse Mrs. Pottsdam of being a lesbian.
Mrs. Pottsdam's never been to Lebanon in her life.
Someone's peeping in on Stephanie. If it's not Mrs. Pottsdam, then who is it?
seems that Mrs. Pottsdam has a little problem. I'll handle it myself. Thanks for calling this to my attention, Steve.
Then you won't mind if I tell Stephanie about it.
Now, there's no need to scare Stephanie with this business.
I guess not. So long as you patch that hole.
Well, I guess I could hang that picture somewhere else.
I thought you had no idea where it was.
With nothing left to do at the Pottsdam residence, I make my way to the abandoned house next door.
It's not often that I get visitors. I am Tetsua Crumb. The ignorant of harvest called me the wasp woman. A pejorative, no doubt, born of fear and a poverty of imagination.
I don't understand.
The politics of honey, the Judeo-Christian rites of sacrifice and conventional taboos against unbridled pleasure are all responsible for the prejudice against wasps.
I didn't realize Tetsua was also into overanalyzing media. In fact, maybe she should have wrote the script, not me. Jokes aside, Tetsua not knowing us is a rather interesting detail. So far, everyone else is familiar with our presence and refers to us as a kidder. So why isn't she?
The politics of honey are intertwined with the age-old struggle of the aesthetic versus the commercial. Because I choose to raise wasps instead of bees, I'm frowned upon by the community. Why? Well, raising bees is acceptable because they produce honey. But sometimes it's not what is produced, so much as what is performed.
I don't see any particular use for wasps.
Why must everything have a use? Is money always the determining factor? More slender, more aerodynamic than the bee, the wasp is a joy to behold. Beautiful and juicy. Isn't that enough to compensate for the little drawbacks?
When discussing the topic of honey, she points out the struggle between the aesthetic versus the commercial. While Tetsua sticks to the material, I'd like to ask the question from an ontological lens. Does something need a purpose to exist? Or is existing purpose within itself?
Regard the wasp. Wasps produce nothing for others, but only for themselves. Wasps build nests and more wasps, nothing more. They spread into eaves and attics, not to make honey for supermarkets, but to buzz and rustle on their own paper, perpetuating their own agenda, growing stealthily, surely, the most relentless of insects. Well, as you can see, the little darlings do love to sting. Another source of prejudice for the masses, and another reason to love them. Bees are like animals. They sting only for a reason, for sacrifice. They have no conception of individual sensation, of pleasure. When a bee stings, it rips itself apart and dies for its audacity. This appeals to those raised worshipping a god that demands sacrifice and atonement. But the wasp is promiscuous. They are not as sympathetic to the masses because they don't die when they sting. They live to sting another day, and they take pleasure from it. Yes, a great deal of pleasure. The wasp is a sensual being, not a laborer, hedonistic instead of industrial. Some think them quick to anger. In truth, they are easily swayed to ecstasy. They penetrate your flesh, and the muscular contractions in their thorax as they pump venom could be likened to the muscular contractions of ejaculation, each painful welt an act of love.
Tetsua contrasts the more biblical aspects pertaining to the sacrifice of bees when they sting and die. Aesthetically, we interpret the sacrifice as noble. Commercially, their death makes the life of each bee more valuable. Wasps, when they sting, is an action that is purely hedonistic, a trait humanity is adverse to embracing. Christianity has its deadly sins, and an act of self-indulgence violates both gluttony and lust, and probably pride, and I don't know, just fit all of them in here somehow. Wasps are an excellent embodiment of the concept of violence in nature, as most of them are straight up just invasive species. This thematic link and analysis is presumably the justification for this section existing, because outside of these lines of dialogue, there is never really a reason for us to return here. Punching Tetsua reveals her to be a literal wasp woman. A rather humorous and ironic revelation considering how she introduced herself to us. It also explains away her rather curious idle animation. Moving on from a completely optional section of the game, we soon make our way to Mr. Johnson next door.
Hello, Steve. How's the husband-to-be?
Other than having no memory, I guess I'm all right.
All right? You should be ecstatic, considering what you're getting into, if you haven't gotten into it already. Speaking of which, I heard Stephanie was grounded. Her daddy's worried about getting his meat. Though if I were him, I'd be more concerned about Stephanie getting some meat.
Right. And you are?
You always were a kidder, Steve. I'm Mr. Johnson, remember? Glad you stopped by. Just got finished waxing the tucker. I could use a little relaxation. But since Edna's not here, I might as well talk to you.
For some reason, he's erected a lawn chair in the middle of his driveway and parked his car against the curb. Mr. Johnson is concerned about his Johnson, but spares us the time since he's done polishing his tucker. First, I ask about Edna, as any named inhabitants of Harvest are persons of interest.
Edna Fitzpatrick is one of the snootiest women in town. I declare there isn't a woman in Harvest that turned me away. If I was interested, that is. Just because she owns DNAs, she's got all these highfalutin ideas about independence, and her with a little girl to raise. That child needs a father. And Edna, well, she needs a good, hard penis.
What makes you so sure she needs a penis?
You saying Edna's getting it from someone else? Like maybe that damn Sheriff Dwayne? He's over at DNA's diner every day from noon to 1, eating his dadgum pie. And I got a feeling he'd like Edna for dessert. Sure, it's the only diner in town, but I'm sure he's got more on his mind than food.
Mr. Johnson's obsession with Edna is obviously unhinged, even though she's apparently shown no interest in him, which only makes the obsession worse. His deranged mindset caused him to form an antagonistic relationship with Sheriff Dwayne, even though from his dialogue it only seems like the sheriff is there for lunch. This might be the greatest shadowboxing match of all time. I move on and, only out of necessity, ask about Edna's kid.
Karen's only 5 years old. Since Mr. Fitzpatrick passed away, in Edna's arms and legs, I might add, Edna's been raising Karen on her own. What a shame. To deprive a little girl of a positive male role model, and her mama of a fine, stiff penis.
Mrs. Fitzpatrick's husband passing away in her own arms was, no doubt, a tragic and traumatic event. So, aside from Mr. Johnson just being icky, there is another reason for what is a seemingly blatant rejection.
I'll admit DNA's done it does good business. But money isn't everything to a woman. Can money keep you warm at night? Can you wrap your thighs around it? Or rake bloody gashes in its back with your painted hollowed fingernails? Edna! Edna! So, how's Stephanie?
Underneath Mr. Johnson's unrequited goodery, there is a rather salient point about money not really being everything.
Speaking of Stephanie, I still haven't gotten an invitation to the wedding yet.
I don't have anything to do with that.
That's okay. Personally, I'd prefer a pass to the honeymoon. You could use the back seat of my Tucker for the maiden voyage. It's plenty big. Believe you me. I'd drive you around. And I wouldn't look in the back seat. I guarantee it. Though if you'd like to come up front and take the wheel a while, I wouldn't say nay.
Mr. Johnson is interested in Stephanie. Shocking. But Stephanie is barely saying yes to us. And to be honest, I'm not sure I would say yes to Steve either. Besides, it's clear that Mr. Johnson's only true love is his Tucker.
Heck of an automobile, isn't she? Damn shame I have to sit out here and watch over her all the time. But if I didn't, those stupid kids might scratch her up playing ball. Don't see why not, but don't touch her. I'm mighty particular about my Tucker. I had the garage remodeled like a fortress, so I could lock her up at night and get some sleep.
I'm sure she's safe enough inside.
A few months back, someone broke into my house, trying to get into the garage. I had to gripe like hell before the sheriff agreed to start the evening patrols and instigate the curfew.
Speaking of, I don't know why, but why doesn't Mr. Johnson just keep his Tucker inside his garage during the day? Like, I suppose he needs something to do during the day, but is sitting on your driveway in a lawn chair staring at your Tucker to make sure the 0 inhabitants of Harvest don't touch it? Is that really what you want to be doing? Whatever. I continue moving clockwise around the map and make my way to the Shady Oak Mortuary. The map frames the building slightly off-center, which only makes the location that much more unsettling. A rather gaudy red rug relishes the floor as equally vile patterned paper lines the walls. I make my way past the rather large lot of lit candles and enter the first door on the left. Mr. Moynahan makes his presence known through a rather unkempt lab. Red and brown smears stain the wall. Their source, likely human, hopefully dead. Since the bake sale benefits a charity housing the homeless that wander through Harvest, I think assuming that this is where they tend to end up is not an out-of-pocket guess. He's fairly hands-off as we examine the area, that is, until when we try to pick up his glue.
You can't have that, Stephen. I need it for my work. And may I say you're a rude young man for attempting to steal it.
I was only gonna borrow it.
Indeed. And have you anything I could hold as security?
Security? Like what? Money?
I'm afraid that's not good enough. I need that glue for my work. You must present me with something significant if you'd have me part with it.
It's clear from his interaction that at some point we will need Mr. Moynahan's glue, but since it's for his work, huffing it probably included, finding something of equal value is not the most obvious of solutions. Talking to him is probably a good place to start though.
You can't have that. I'm afraid. Stephen.
Who are you?
I am Daniel Moynahan, mortician and proprietor of the Wayward Hotel.
Most people ask me why I don't remember their names.
Well, you always were a kidder, Steve. Besides, as one who deals with the dead, I try not to involve myself in the affairs of the living. Your loss of memory is of no concern to me, true or false. Ironic, considering my recent involvement in a charity event.
What are you talking about?
My complaints were central to the scheduling of the upcoming Harvest Bake Sale. I'm gratified the Order of the Harvest Moon got involved. The proceeds will certainly help cover my losses. Yes, I prepare them. I use this astro glue to close my autopsy incision rather than sutures. It's much faster, more efficient. Of course, it only holds for a short while, but once they're in the ground, who cares if they split open? They will anyway. The pressure of the gases and the worms pressing outward, rupturing the cavity open. So why bother with fancy needlework?
A cold-blooded approach.
But what of my losses? Do you realize if it weren't for the efforts of the Order of the Harvest Moon, the bake sale and so forth, even with the Wayward Hotel, I'd be hard-pressed to stay in business?
Even though Mr. Moynahan doesn't dabble in the affairs of the living, he somehow still knows us as a kidder. This only leads us to questioning his topic of expertise.
This bake sale is a joint effort of the Harvest PTA and the Order of the Harvest Moon. The proceeds will be used to set up a fund for transients. In other words, bums and societal rejects without families who wander into Harvest uninvited.
Then the Order is setting up shelters for the homeless?
Not shelters. Graves. You see a great number of these hobos die while passing through. Don't ask me why, it's what those people do. Use your common sense, Gein Memorial, or no. If they were involved in setting up homeless shelters, then why would I be involved? And why would I be sustaining losses?
The dead are dead, and the worst has already occurred to them, so Mr. Moynahan using superglue instead of sutures is really of no concern to me. What is highly sus, though, is the fact that a bake sale is the primary source of money to fund this quote-unquote charity.
As always, the Order of the Harvest Moon has taken the lead in addressing our societal ills. Through their sponsorship of the blood drive and the bake sale, the Lodge ensures that all our needs are met.
Needs? Such as?
Pardon me, there are corpses to prepare, and my losses have been substantial of late. If you're sincerely interested in the Order, however, you should stop by the Lodge and speak with the Sergeant-at-Arms.
Why should I be interested, Mr. Moynahan?
Of all the spots in Harvest, the Lodge is the most prominent, literally and figuratively. It is the ambition of everyone here to join, and join you must to attain wisdom.
What kind of wisdom?
If I knew, I'd be a member. I have the feeling you have what it takes to join the Order, Stephen. We all believe that. Whether or not you live up to your potential is up to you.
I don't know why, but I didn't think that Mr. Moynahan would be so secretive as to the business that occurs here. It's obvious that he's the one sending these transients to their resting place, but it just acts as if they collapse due to natural causes. Since he's in charge of managing the dead, no one can even call him out on this. Not that anybody would do so, because almost certainly nobody in this town would care.
It seems that, like some elephant's graveyard, people of low station come to Harvest to die. They simply drop dead, penniless, and they all need burials. God knows, by putting these people up at the Wayward Hotel, I do more than my fair share. So why must I pay for the coffins and burial materials as well? My losses to the dead are substantial. Hopefully the bake sale will offset some of them.
Stephanie was right when it came to the Lodge, because when asked, everyone just talks around it. Regardless, this all but confirms that we will almost certainly have to join the Lodge, much opposed to Stephanie's desires. After that morbid moment, I returned to the foyer and walked through the central door to enter a church. Framing an empty casket is a rather ominous yet elegant stained glass portrait of a Grim Reaper. Sadly, I don't find anything nor stumble across a hidden chamber, and thus make my way towards the next destination, the cemetery next door. The Lodge looms over the darkened plot of land. For some reason, the sun decided not to shine in this one area. The rather serious atmosphere is alleviated as reading the grave markings reveals some sardonic jabs. Scotty Bakering. We shall rest easily without you. It's a bit too real. We move along and come across a picnic table, another resting place, this time just for the living. We reach the end of the cemetery and witness a massive marble crypt that is just so blatantly out of place. Like, what is this even doing here? Alas, I have no business here, and so I have to make my way back into town, and so I do and rotate all the way back to the general store. The outside of the store is probably the most normal looking location I've stumbled across so far. A handyman is taking care of some shattered glass, but that's the extent of our interactions out here. The extended ceiling tripped me up and made me think the game was bugging out, but it's not, this time around at least. I go for a quick drink to subdue the summer heat, but stop when the limbs of dead roaches limp from the reservoir. Disgusted, I distract myself with a new and improved Sucky-Luck vacuum cleaner. There's also a free-to-use coffee machine, an empty barrel, a presumably multi-grand film camera, and of course, the general store lady.
Can I help you, dear?
Who are you?
This is Phelps General Store, so who would that make me? Maybe you need to go back to Gein Memorial and have Miss Whaley teach you about logic.
I'm fuzzy on a lot of things these days. My memory's gone.
Pshaw, you always were a kidder, Steve.
I'm serious, I need some help.
Well, they say a sharp blow to the head is a good thing for amnesia, in which case I'd recommend Miss Whaley again. Then again, they say a good scare can jog the memory, in which case I'd advise you to visit the sergeant at arms over at the lodge. That man gives me the willies. Speaking of willies, how's your father?
Don't know. My so-called mother keeps him locked in his room, and I can't get in.
Care to buy anything today? Just point to whatever you want. I'm a little hard of hearing.
Mrs. Phelps' rebuttal to our confusion was beyond cold and a complete evisceration of Steve as an individual. Of course, even though she asked about our father, she really wants to know if we want to buy anything. For sale, she has a wrench, some electrical tape, and an adult magazine. There are also some cans of soup to decorate the shelf. We will probably need all of these items at some point, but all I have for now is a quarter, and so I walk on over to the post office next door. Somehow, and for some unknown reason, a blind woman is attempting to read her mail? Sure, it's not the weirdest thing we've seen. Unfortunately, that's the extent of our interactions with her. The postmaster is the more important character of note, as he holds invitation to join the lodge.
Yes?
I need some help, Mr.
Postmaster Boyle, what can I do for you today? Sorry, young...
Come on, you must have one around here somewhere.
Well, I do have the master, but you can't write on that, and I only make copies once a month, on the button, regular as clockwork. I'm sorry, you'll just have to come back in a month, same as anyone else. And even then, I can't guarantee you'll get an application. The line is always long, and there are never enough to go around.
It's very important that I get in quickly.
That's what they all say. Postmaster Boyle, I'll just die if I don't get into the lodge. I can't make an exception, young man. It just wouldn't be right.
Mr. Boyle rejects all of our attempts and leaves us empty-handed. The circumstances surrounding why there aren't enough lodge applications can't be accidental and are obviously a test in of itself. Somehow, we will have to coerce the postmaster to hand over the master application and possibly make a copy ourselves. How is a rather difficult question, because we don't have any information on Mr. Boyle. I suppose this means I finally have a topic to start asking around town though. Next to the post office is Pastorelli's barbershop. Inside the seemingly innocuous building is a cacophony of insanity. There's a mounted head of an extraterrestrial, Schrodinger's sheep. Mr. Pastorelli doesn't even speak English, and his barber pole is inside the building for some reason.
Howdy, Steve.
Yeah. Howdy back, Mr.
It's swell, Steve. Don't you pull my old leg now. Change your mind about that aluminum siding?
What are you talking about?
I really think you should talk your father into buying some. He can afford it. And I can't stress enough the value of some really fine aluminum siding. Keeps it warm in the summer, cool in the winter, and it keeps out the sheep. Pastorelli ought to look into some, but I can't get him to understand a word I say.
I have not even the slightest idea of what aluminum siding is, but I want to know more about the man in charge.
Pastorelli's a rube from way back. Ask Clem Parsons how he followed up with the alarm system in here. I'm a plumber. I could fix it for him, but he just won't listen. Well, I seen the end coming for the aluminum siding game, so I took a mail course and learned how to be a plumber. Now, there's a business that never lets up. You'd be surprised what people flush down the toilet.
Learning the trade through a mail order course is questionable, but Mr. Swell is not wrong when it comes to plumbing, or about what people flush down their toilet. With nothing else to talk about, I ask Mr. Parsons about the alarm system situation.
Hello there, youngster. You say them aliens I was telling you about? Well, they came back last night. Cut another crop circle in my south field.
How come I never seen none of them saucers, Clem?
Them aliens is wily, Pete. You don't cross the intergalactic void without learning a trick or two. You know what Pastorelli did? Yesterday, he gets an alarm system to protect his pole. Only he don't know how to rig it, so now it's all awry.
You know, this is Harvest, so aliens existing is not a faction I'm able to rule out. That might even be the secret of the Lodge.
Why, that barber's pole brought it all the way over from Italy, wrapped all special-like. It ain't nothing but colored glass with some bulbs stuck up in it. But he thinks it's the be-all, end-all. Installed that alarm system just to protect it. Though who in tarnation would want to steal a worthless piece of junk like that? I don't know.
Maybe them aliens, Clem.
Oh, Pete, don't be ignorant. Them aliens don't give a fig for no colored glass. You think if they can build spaceships, they can't make a dadgum barber pole? Crazy hick don't know nothing about science.
Pastorelli's barber pole seems like it carries immense sentimental and emotional value if he's willing to deploy such a secure alarm system to protect an object no one would want to steal. And that's not even considering the fact that it's inside the building. The barber pole is inside the bar. Forget it.
Pastorelli shelled out for an alarm system, all right, but he's too cheap to hire an electrician to hook her up. Dang it, it cross-wired it to the fire sprinkler, so now when the alarm goes off, it sets the sprinkler spraying. Tarnation! Aliens looking for intelligent life ought to stay away from this shop, sure enough.
Cross-wiring the alarm system with the sprinklers seems like an incredible accident to happen. I don't even know how that happens, or if it can even happen. I'm just accepting it did. I'm also surprised that Mr. Pastorelli didn't harm himself during that process. Like, sure. In any case, I decided that I could no longer stop myself and ask Mr. Parsons about the aliens.
Well, son, the ways of the alien is a specialized area of woodcraft unknown to all but the wiliest sportsmen. What you gotta remember is, your average alien is smarter than your average human, so you gotta be extra careful building your blind if you want to bag one.
You hunt aliens?
Son, after nailing an alien, you can never go back to quail. What, you think you can get one of those at a swap meet? Line your blind with lead to fool their sensing machines. Lay real quiet and wait. Preferably in the woods around the nuclear base. Oh, they love messing around out there.
Why not wait outside your field, Clem? Wait for 'em to come a-carving.
Oh, they do their crop doodles with zap guns, you darn fool. Don't you know nothing? Besides, ain't no place to put the blind out in the field. Now, you listen to Clem Parsons if you want to tag an unearthly being. They cross the void, wondering what lies beyond, all the time not knowing that what awaits them is buckshot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what to say when it comes to pure schizo posting. Speaking of, I think it's finally time to take a trip to Harvest's very own missile base.
Oh, who goes there?
They tell me my name is Steve.
All right. This is Section 21. Keep your distance, son. I wouldn't want to have to blow your head off.
That makes two of us.
So you're the amnesiac, huh? Just another draft-dodging ploy the way I see it. But at least you're not an alien. You see their ships every now and then. Sometimes swell bags one in the woods.
Who are you?
Colonel Buster Monroe, commander of the Harvest Nuclear Missile Installation, keeping America safe from those who would dye our flag red, white, and pink.
These are nuclear missiles?
Goddamn right they are. Every one of them ready to rain death on the Ruskies. All I gotta do is hit the button and blammo! The price of vodka goes through the roof. Along with the vodka.
Well, I suppose you have, you know, safeguards against accidents?
Safeguards? Don't be such a weak sister. There are no safeguards. This is the 50s.
Then you have sole control of the, missiles.
That's right. Been in charge here since WW2, when I got my lower torso shot off in the war. Those pantywaists in Washington wanted to stick me behind a desk. To hell with that! They owed me! I left my legs in Dusseldorf. They owed me! Of course, they felt that after the trauma of having to crawl from Germany to England trailing my intestines behind me, I was too emotionally unstable to continue in the military. That's why they gave me this nice cushy job and put me in charge of the nuclear missiles.
Rightfully, with the amount of information that was just forced down our throats, we have the most questions of all time. Asking about a nuclear holocaust has landed Steve in the position of where he now has the option to stop one.
Son, when you've had your body shot in half, you know a thing or two about fear. You learn that when something actually happens, it's never as bad as you imagine it would be. Oh, sure, I can't write my name in the snow. I had to shell out a few simoleons for portable IV drips, colostomy bags, and so on. The pain is hardly what I'd call constant. I have my good days when I pass out completely. We're never asked to endure more than we're capable of handling, mister. Folks would die in a nuclear holocaust, but nobody would die who wasn't going to die anyway, sooner or later. And the rest of us? Why, we'd take a little R&R at the old radiation bunker, climb out in 2 weeks, and go back to work, refreshed and ready to contribute as productive members of society again. Makes me wonder why I don't just push the button and take me a nice vacation. Can you give me any reason why I shouldn't?
I sure am glad that a mentally unstable entity has the button to the nukes. Unfortunately, Steve has been bought and paid for by the Russian government.
All right, soldier. You talked me into it. Unfortunately, there's only room in my shelter for one.
That was our first official game over. I would rather have died in a nuclear fallout, but a bullet to the head is often the recommended dose. Steve is forced to suffer endless torment for all time. However, luckily, this time around, he acquires the required Riz.
You're right, soldier. I'm sorry. Sometimes the intense pain clouds my mind. The kookaburras start whispering to me about the pretty mangoes in the high trees, and I know they can see me. They see all of us. Can't you hear them? Chattering with the llamas behind our backs? They want our cornflakes, but they won't take the milk!
Of course, continuing our questioning leads to us asking about cornflakes, which then leads to us being accused of being a commie.
Have you lost your mind? You think you can toy with me just because I have no lower torso, you damn kid, you? Or maybe you're one of those commie bastards. Frankly, all these questions are making me a little suspicious of you. Maybe you're one of those pink-blooded Americans. Can you give me any reason why I shouldn't shoot you right now? Right, huh? Your average commie bastard is always only too ready to hide behind the Constitution. Real Americans waive their rights for the common good. Would you? Spoken like a true pinko.
I successfully navigated my way to another death. Unfortunately, the cutscene doesn't change. This time around, I would totally give up my rights for this great country of ours.
You talk a good game, mister. But so does your average commie bastard. The Kremlin teaches its agents to talk their way out of a scrape. What do you think about that, son?
The communists can hardly be said to hold a monopoly on intellectual discourse.
You should have watched more TV and read less Dostoevsky if you wanted to pass for an American, comrade.
Just kidding. I obviously don't think like a true American.
Glad to hear it, son. You had me going there for a minute, asking all those questions about this base. Came this close to getting blown away. As it is, maybe you ought to get out of here before I change my mind. Go visit those Ponzi firemen. But whatever you do, stay away from that damn lodge. That's the most suspicious place in Harvest, if you ask me.
After confirming our lack of intelligence, the Colonel warns us against the lodge, suggesting that even the firemen are a better alternative. Of course, I have to follow up on every lead.
I wanted to get back into the thick of the action and out of this desk job. Those firemen are a damn peculiar bunch of ladies. I thought they'd object to my lack of a lower body, but they wouldn't let me join the fire department because they said I couldn't draw naked men. Can't draw naked men? Who the hell wants to? I could draw one if I was a sick commie pervert. Look, I did this last night. What do you think?
For some reason, the firemen require you to draw naked men. Naked being like I'm on Family Feud talking about my grandma. The Colonel made a valiant attempt, but art is for the commies after all.
You don't say. Then you'd better go reconnoiter the fire station, mister. There's a lot of art going on over there. Determine if commie infiltration has occurred in Harvest, and report back here. Your report could make the difference in what I decide to do.
About what, Colonel?
Never mind that, son. It's easier if you don't know.
After all the targeted harassment, I can finally ask about the Colonel's lower torso.
You say before you came to Harvest your lower torso was shot off in the war?
That's right. I was behind enemy lines. The night was dark. The rain wet. Plastique I was supposed to rig the bridge with, precariously sandwiched between my knees as I crawled in the muddy mud. I didn't see the Jerry taking aim at me with his machine gun until half of me was flying through the air. With a quick spray of bullets in a straight line, he'd shot my body clean in two. My lower body landed at that Jerry's feet. I can still hear him, laughing as I started crawling in the general direction of England, calling behind me in broken English, "Mein Freund, where is your legs? Looky, what have we here? Some legs? Hey, did anyone lose some legs?" I'll never forget looking back over my shoulder and seeing that crowd doing the can-can with my legs. Still a few weeks later, with only my compass and a pair of nylons, I made it back to safety. Now the Krauts are our friends and the commie bastards are our enemies. But even so, there's at least one crowd out there that I'll never invite over to Sunday dinner.
All of the preceding dialogue was pure sardonic extremism of the American attitude towards communism post-World War II. But even when surrounded by a hysterical context, the story of how the Colonel lost his legs is more brutal in tone and atmosphere than a majority of the death scenes in this game. On that downer note, even though I haven't explored the entire town, I can't help but stop by the lodge.
Only initiates may enter the hall of the Order of the Harvest Moon.
Did you say something?
I did not speak, but my mind touched yours.
Telepathy? But how?
Only those who seek enlightenment want my attention. Do you hunger for true knowledge?
For some reason, the Sergeant-at-Arms talks us through telepathy, because fuck me, I guess. I don't think I have the choice when it comes to joining the lodge, but if I get magical powers, I would definitely like to know more about them.
Forbidden knowledge, the forgotten pleasures, and pleasures as yet undiscovered. But such is not for the likes of you. Not yet. You must first fill out an application to be considered for initiation into the mysteries. Members of the Order are privy to many hidden truths.
Such as?
They know what the trees whisper to the wind to make it howl. They know what the worm knows as it squirms in a rotting leg. They know what you've forgotten.
The sergeant hints that he might know the cause of our amnesia, but answering questions with the keyboard is apparently as dangerous as walking out your front door. So I get no answer and Adela completely cuts off. Yay. But in any case, with no doubt left in my mind, I'm certain the lodge holds our answers. After that minor kerfuffle, I decided to head on over to the slaughterhouse where our father works. Hopefully he left something there for us.
Steve, how's your father? Is he better? About the same, I guess. He's been away from work for weeks, and when I call your house, your mother won't let me talk to him. I haven't seen him either. This is a fine kettle of fish, I must say, though I am glad to see you taking an interest in the business in your dad's absence. Who are you? Aw, Steve, I didn't want to believe that amnesia hokum. Now you're saying you don't remember your pal Pat O'Reilly?
Skin-stripped flesh hanging from the ceiling, along with the exposed cat corpse, paint a not-so-pleasant, but realistically brutal picture of the abattoir. Steve is still, I'm sure it's abattoir and I'm just adding a weird accent over it. It doesn't matter.
Look, I'm not kidding about the amnesia. Why won't anyone believe me? Well, you always were such a kidder, Steve. Funny how that's beginning to sound like a stock answer. Like it was coached. You sure are acting like a kidder, son. With your dad ill, you're gonna need to start behaving like an adult. Especially if you're gonna take over the family business.
Steve is still shocked no one believes his amnesia, but I don't even know why he bothers explaining it at this point.
What exactly is wrong with your dad? I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Steve. You should be thinking about running the family business one day. That, getting into the lodge.
Pat is more concerned about us getting into the lodge than about our father's illness, which is mildly concerning.
You may come to realize that this business is not for everybody. Just ask your poor, ill dad. It takes dedication and a strong stomach. A lot of times, when I'm finished scrubbing up and digging the bits of intestine out from my fingernails, I must confess I don't have much appetite for red meat. But red meat is one of the principal food groups, and you've got to have it. So when you can do this all day, and help yourself to a juicy red steak afterwards, then by golly, you can call yourself a butcher. Of course, amnesia would certainly help that, wouldn't it?
Since this is a family business, it is kind of weird that Steve is completely divorced from all the details and has yet to even hold a position here.
Come to think of it, I don't see any cattle around here. Where do you keep the animals? Does it matter? The end product is all the customer cares about, Steve. And we only carry the finest meat, only the juiciest cuts. Once you take over the business, you'll realize the importance of maintaining quality while cutting costs. We know what we're doing here, Steve. If we didn't, would the lodge use us to cater their affairs?
The commentary is incredibly unsubtle, so my job here is pretty useless. The random cut to the F&B cutscenes, along with the music skipping due to the dialogue, is among the worst here, though.
Your father's very particular about the profit, Steve. No freebies for anyone. But seeing how you're his son, if you'll bring written permission from your father, I'll give you the meat.
The permission slip confirms that somehow we need to visit our father. Unfortunately, I have yet to find a Phillips head screwdriver. Mr. Johnson's garage is a likely start, but I have no idea how to get into it.
There are certain tricks of the trade, Steve. Once your dad gets better and you start working in here cutting up the meat, you'll be privy to them. There's always cheaper, better ways to do things, if you're creative.
Before I leave though, I have to ask about the cats.
What's with all the cats? This a slaughterhouse or a kennel?
Oh, them? They eat the scraps, that's all.
Yeah, but look at them. Isn't there some kind of health department that keeps tabs on these things?
Are you going to work at the health department, Steve? Or here? Maybe I get sick of do-gooder busybodies sucking around here all the time. A man's up to his elbows in guts all day, every day. What more do they want from him?
We piss off Pat, but that's all we can get from him for now. Our next location is the Gein Memorial School. The principal is arguably the most boring character in Harvester, and so I'm going to save all of us the time and skip this drudge by talking to Miss Whaley instead.
My goodness, class, this is Stephen. He used to be a student here at Gein Memorial. Say hello, class. They're reticent. The educator's greatest problem today is the apathy of the students.
What's wrong with their heads?
I can tell you in one word, Stephen. Discipline. Thank goodness you weren't a sulky bear. You were always a smiley bear.
Then you remember me?
Not as such. So many pupils, Stephen. They come and they go. But I can always spot those who were nice boys. You can tell from the forehead. The lobes, right, class? I'm glad you stopped by, Stephen. Would you care to say a few words to the class about civic responsibility?
Not really. I was just passing through.
Oh, but you must, Stephen. A positive role model might be just the thing to inspire these little monsters. Stephen, have you any questions for me? Or shall I continue with class? Ask away then. We don't practice corporal punishment here. I've never believed in that old adage, spare the rod and spoil the child. A rod is too thin, but a baseball bat? That bridges the generation gap quite nicely. Oh dear, Colonel Monroe is conducting another air raid drill. Everyone into the hallway, quick!
If an A-bomb hits, what good is it gonna do to duck and cover?
My stars, that was exciting.
Aside that fun distraction, there isn't anything else for us to do here.
This lock.
Outside the TV station are a bunch of Indians, or rather people dressed up in Native American attire, lined up to be executed on TV, like sheep to the slaughter. Inside, we witness the set and oddly empty seats. The musical sound effect of the tuning of the station also sounds rather familiar in the cliche generic sense.
Stay tuned, buckaroos. There's more to come on Range Riders Cowboy Roundup. So don't go away. And what's your name, hombre?
Steve.
Steve's a swell name. My dog's name is Steve. Would you like my autograph, Steve? Here you go, then.
Imagine the meme of the dude in glasses palming a butterfly because I'm asking right now, is this satire? We also obtain a signed picture of Randy. I assume that Hank would love such an item, but he doesn't. In fact, no one does. I will never get back the amount of time I wasted on using the item on every single character in the game. In relation to the TV show though, there's only one topic on our mind: violence. We, of course, point out that kids watch the show, and that excessive violence is probably bad for them.
Violence is as American as apple pie and low SAT scores. Where would we be right now if the cowboys hadn't gone out west and butchered innocent people to steal their land? Answer me that, Mr. Know-It-All.
But what about studies that have shown that children become more violent when watching violence?
Buckaroo, I rip the guts out of godless heathen Injuns. Most kids don't see godless heathen Injuns on a regular basis, and if they do, they better either get their eyes checked or do like old Range Rider and shoot the bejesus out of them, lest they want to go untreated for psychotic hallucinations, or wind up with their scalps hanging from a buckskin belt. Oh, shit! Ow! Shit on a stickaroo! The parents that are griping about violence on TV are the same parents that go outside in the morning to fetch their papers, secure in the knowledge that they won't get an arrow through the noodle because the violence they hate so much done cleared the engines out of the neighborhood.
Yeah, civilization has benefited from violence. But should violence be treated as entertainment?
Check my rating, son. Violence is entertainment. I just put it on the air. If some kid watches, that says something about the kid, not me. Now, excuse me, we're going back on the air.
I don't know why Randy bothered explaining a philosophical perspective when he could have just called us woke. Consumption of violent media is probably the only central theme in Harvester, and the game constantly indulges in said concept to an excessive degree. Should kids be exposed to violence at such a young age? I was like 10 when I first learned about Harvester, and look how it turned out. It's not like I became a serial killer. Instead, I'm doing something far worse. I'm treating this topic with a slightly flippant attitude because this is a pretty culturally 90s and aughts problem. Like, does anybody care about violence in media anymore? I wouldn't be surprised if kids on the playground are watching the new John Wick. The more interesting topic to approach is instead Randy's ending remarks. He dismisses all responsibility of the content he helps create and instead passes it off to the viewer. Considering the media ecosystem of today and how influencers dominate the culture, now more than ever, although I guess technically it's just what we're redefining as influencer, viewers of the content they watch build a relationship with the creators of said content. This is due to a myriad of reasons, but time spent is arguably the most important, and a reason why news networks switch to a 24-hour cycle. With a personal connection formed, emotions are heightened. Creators can exploit their status as the creators of said content and ask for certain favors from the viewers. Obviously, this isn't inherently sinister, but it is easily exploitable as the viewers place more value on the words said by the people they spend time with. Viewers do have some control though, primarily through numbers. Content requires engagement, and if viewers deny said engagement for one reason or another, the creator of said content will almost certainly adapt to the strenuous conditions and sometimes overcorrect and become audience captured. Like Tetsua said, it's a struggle between the aesthetic and commercial. We head past the main stage and enter the back rooms. Well, technically it's a private office, but it's filled with nothing, which is almost certainly the point.
Hey, Sport. This is a private office.
Yeah, I know, Mr.
McKnight. I own and operate this station. Have you brought me some news for tonight's broadcast, or...
I've lost my memory. That's news.
The hell it is! You always were a kidder, Steve. Any real news to tell me?
Actually, I was just wanting to know more about the TV station.
Hey, WHAR is the only television station in Harvest. Since the old Sentinel went under, what with the newspaper building burning down and all, we're golden. Nobody competes with us, Sport.
McKnight informs us that the old newspaper building burned down, leaving war with no competition. WHAR. I guess I should have said it first, but it doesn't matter. An awfully convenient chain of events.
Hey now, Sport, that's an irresponsible allegation. I had nothing to do with that fire. Just because WHAR may have benefited from it and I danced on the ashes a little, doesn't mean I torched the place. You can ask Sheriff Dwayne if you have any doubts.
You seem awfully touchy on the subject, Sport.
I'm touchy when people try to muscle their way into my business. I'd appreciate it if you'd leave my office and don't come back.
In a fair rebuttal, just because he massively benefited doesn't mean he would then cross a line to commit arson. The sheriff even seemingly has proof of McKnight's innocence, which means I'll have to put a pin in that. I finally make my way to Edna's diner. The light of the E in Edna has burned out, which finally answers the question of why Mr. Johnson called it DNA's diner. This is a rather quirky but much appreciated detail that molds the surrealist atmosphere into a more cohesive world view. I head inside and talk to the kid first.
Hi, what's your name?
Karen.
What are you doing?
Playing. My mom is working, so I gotta stay out of her hair. Wanna play?
Not now, maybe later.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I expected. Hopefully her mom is of more use.
Oh, Steve, what are you doing sneaking up on me like that? God, for a second I thought you were Mr. Johnson. What would you like to order? Sure.
And my name's Edna Fitzpatrick. I'm not the one with amnesia.
Then you believe me.
Well, you always were a kidder, Steve.
I guess I've changed. I'm not kidding.
Now, Steve, faking amnesia won't help anything. If you don't want to marry Stephanie, then don't. But don't play sick, for heaven's sake. I'd expect that from Karen, not an 18-year-old.
I never mentioned it, but it is odd that everyone knows about our amnesia story. Of course, something is obviously up, and Steve realizes it, but still keeps on bringing it up for some reason. Steve being a moron is all but confirmed.
There isn't a nicer girl in Harvest than Stephanie, Steve. You should be grateful that she's promised you her hand.
I don't remember that happening, Edna.
Honestly, you men are so childish. I don't know what it is about marriage that turns even the bravest man into a coward. I was going to marry Karen's father when he just up and ran out on me one night. I heard that he joined the lodge, but if he did, I never saw him come out again. Even Sheriff Dwayne wasn't able to find out what happened to him. You've met Karen, my 8-year-old. Other than the diner, she's all I have.
We already met Mr. Johnson, but our suspicions about his character were not wrong.
Mr. Johnson has a liking for me. I'd call it a crush, but that's too innocent a word. He's a bitter man with too much time on his hands. He's never gotten over being rejected by the lodge, and there's something unwholesome in the way he looks at me. I'm always glad when the sheriff comes in every day at noon.
Asking about the lodge results in a rather strange turn of events, though.
The lodge is the repository of all wisdom. You should join the Order of the Harvest Moon, Steve, and soon.
Why? For God's sake, what is it about this place?
The wheat ripens and waits not for the scythe. The farmer who waits too long, it were better that he use the scythe to rip his own stomach out than to stay his side when the wheat ripens. The harvest moon wanes and then comes winter. An empty belly, the body sun's belly, gurgling within or bloody on the ground. What does it benefit a man if he gains his soul and loses the world? You hunger. Feed yourself before it's too late. Oh.
Edna?
Steve. What happened? Were we talking about Boyle? Or was it Karen?
You seemed strange there for a minute.
I'm sorry. I'm under a lot of stress. Running this diner all alone. Forgive me.
I like how Edna is just a normal person, so the only way for the weirdness of the lodge to creep into her is through her becoming possessed. Edna acts as our grounding to reality and is much appreciated in the town of Harvest. She also makes the rest of the inhabitants seem that much more insane.
Though I see them together a lot, Boyle and the sheriff never act very friendly towards each other. Almost like there's some kind of bond between them besides friendship, though what it might be I can't imagine. Maybe Sheriff Dwayne resents the fact that he's never been able to get into the lodge. Though that's not Boyle's fault. He just hands out the application. Sheriff Dwayne is such a dear man. And I don't just say that because he's my most regular customer. Every single day, rain or shine, he comes in here at noon for lunch. Sits in the same spot, too. That's at least an hour every day when I can be sure Mr. Johnson won't show up. You know, it's funny. Dwayne never comes in here with Deputy Loomis, but he frequently dines with Mr. McKnight. You know, the owner of the TV station. Sometimes he comes in with Postmaster Boyle, but somehow I don't think they're friends. Mr. McKnight owns the TV station WHAR. He seems to get along with Sheriff Dwayne better than Boyle does. Better than just about anyone, to tell the truth. I don't see the connection between them, but I'll bet you dollars to donuts that it's there anyhow.
And they took note of some sort of relationship between the postmaster and sheriff, but it might not be a friendly one. Since I need the lodge invitation from the postmaster, this might be a situation I could meddle in. First, I take a stop at the fire station. The oddity that is a pink fire truck catches my eye, and slowly, the joke dawns on me. Firemen are flamers. Amazing.
Please excuse the mess.
They've done wonders with the upstairs bedroom, but this garage defies color coordination. Sorry, Steve. After I'm through here, I've got cleaning to do. Rush, rush.
The incessant barking of a dog pollutes the airspace as I approach the fireman. Luckily, a chunk of meat distracts the Dalmatian.
Don't bother me, I'm sketching. Oh, look what you made me do!
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the House of Flame, as we like to call it. Oh, cut it out, Spots, honestly. Once he gets barking, a good piece of meat is the only way to shut him up. There you go, Spot. So, Steve, bet you don't remember me. Heard about that short in the old wiring. I'm Fire Marshal Sparky, head of your fire department.
The firemen are the first time we can finally ask about how the townsfolk know about our amnesia. Unfortunately, the answer is...
Don't be silly. Everyone thinks this amnesia kick is a scream. Well, you always were a kidder, Steve. Besides, it's my job to keep abreast of developments in the community, to better serve you, the public. I'm sure you'll be thrilled when you learn of the many civic improvements we have planned for your fire department.
Such as...
Well, don't tell any of the others, but I've secured a bolt of the most divine mauve material. I've hidden it because, well, if any of these Marys got a hold of it, it'd be gone in a jiffy. So I'd rather keep it hush-hush. I'm going to make new drapes for the firehouse, and if I have any left, cross your fingers, I'm going to make everyone matching mauve pillow cozies.
Those are civic improvements.
Don't be such a party pooper, Steve. We're talking about art.
After appreciating the artistic depiction of a man's posterior, I can ask a variety of questions, mainly for my own enjoyment.
Besides, we haven't had a fire in Harvest since the newspaper building burned down. Though I'll admit that the wasp woman's place is one big accident waiting to happen. Isn't that right, Spots?
First, I asked about the aptly named Spots.
Spots is a dandy watchdog, but like the rest of us, he has one awful vice. None of us can resist a nice cut of meat.
Of course, gossip about the wasp woman is much appreciated.
Some people think all we do is sit around, sketching fetching examples of manhood for our own amusement. Nothing could be further from the truth. Why, just the other day we cited Tetsua Crumb for fire code violations. All those dried out paper wasp nests clustered around our wooden house, why, it's a chemlog just waiting for the right faggot. Believe me, none of us wants to see another fiasco like the Sentinel fire.
The fire that burned down the newspaper is probably the only actual topic that we'll gain any useful information from.
A dreadful affair. You wouldn't think that a brick and steel building with a sprinkler system could go up that quickly.
We question if the suspicious circumstances could have been arson, and technically, we don't receive no for an answer.
Oh, please. Dwayne was glad enough to see the thing go up, and so was McKnight. If you could get into that safe in his wall... Forget it. Look, Steve, as far as I know, the fire was an accident. Let's just leave it at that. Now don't you go moving.
The fireman's clues leads us to McKnight, but McKnight, when questioned about arson, led us to the sheriff. This means we should probably go finally pay him a visit. Before doing that, I just had to hear the dialogue of what happened when I accused the fireman of being lazy.
Art enriches the community, Steve. No less than a pulsing fire hose or a fireman beating down a blazing door. So what if we're drawing a nude man? So what if all we ever draw is a nude man, or the same nude man over and over in all sorts of provocative positions? Context, not content. Process, not subject. Don't be so ghost, Steve. It's beneath you.
#do not come. All roads lead to the sheriff's office, but I only have one other location that I haven't visited, and that's the burned down building. 3 fire hydrants surround the pile of ashes, and that basically answers the question of if this was arson or not. If the sheriff cleared McKnight from the crime, and he has an unfriendly relationship with Mr. Boyle, I'm afraid that the postmaster must be the arson. Now, the question is, why has the sheriff not turned Boyle in, or put him in prison? We pass a traffic officer tending a yellow Tucker as we enter the sheriff's office. A full cabinet, labeled Unsolved Arson, catches my eye. Unfortunately, both of the doors are locked.
That's the evidence room, where we store items lifted from crime scenes. It's kept locked at all times. There's things in there that could make people jump through hoops, if I wanted.
What comes next catches me off guard, and that's acknowledgement of a previous event I triggered. I was expecting something like this to happen eventually, but this was the first instance, and over something that I would have never even considered to have been brought up.
Hello, Steve. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sheriff Dwayne, and this here is Loomis.
Pleasure, I reckon.
Then, we haven't met before?
Of course we have, but I heard about your alleged amnesia, and figured I'd play along. I sure hope this is just a prank, and not the start of some insanity plea. Keep your nose clean, or you'll wind up in jail, and that's no place to hold a wedding. I understand you witnessed Miss Whaley's dispensing a little discipline at the school, and she thinks you may be feeling a mite bent about it.
Since I didn't have an appropriate save, I chose the answer that I believed would provide me with a more extreme reaction.
You need to forget about it, boy. I don't interfere in school discipline. I leave that to the professionals, and so should you. Heck, there isn't a psychiatrist around who'd disagree about what a calming influence a dent in the head can be. You can't argue with science, Steve. It's bigger than all of us.
Of course, the sheriff doesn't actually care about our concerns, and uses science the same way as the writers of the CW. Before I ask about the juice, I need to get the lay of the land and first ask about Deputy Loomis.
Loomis here is my deputy. Without him, I'd have a hard time keeping the peace, or at least taking a lunch break. Mainly Loomis answers the phone and babysits the office while I'm out, though sometimes he likes to go in the back and stain the jail mattress. Isn't that right, Loomis?
Oh, now, Sheriff, what you gotta go and say that for?
Loomis has more than his share of problems. I wouldn't invite him to the wedding. Or, if you do, make sure he doesn't catch the garter. That could be embarrassing.
Oh, I wouldn't do nothing, Dwayne. But I sure would like a little garter than been round Stephanie's thigh. Oh, well, that'd be right special.
Loomis is off to the point where Sheriff Dwayne suggests for us to not even consider inviting the man to our wedding, and it's obvious why.
Crime-wise, nothing much has happened in Harvest since the newspaper fire. Oh, sure. Every week or so we get the odd transient dropping dead, but other than that, it gets pretty slow around here.
Asking about crime in general allows us to bring up the concept before narrowing our focus to the more specific question we wanted to ask in a natural way.
Sure. You remember? The Sentinel building burned down about 6 months ago.
That's what I'm telling you, Sheriff. I don't remember anything. Why won't you believe I have amnesia?
Well, you've always been a kidder, Steve. Anyway, the fireman said the fire was caused by arson. I never caught the perp, though.
But we found the gas can that was used. Yes, sirree, Bob. It's in the evidence room.
Loomis, that's classified. Darn it.
How many times you gonna have to tell me to keep my mouth shut, I wonder? Sorry, boss.
You've got the gas can in the evidence room? Did you dust it for prints?
You've been watching too much TV, Steve. Heck, who can make out all those curvy lines anyhow? No, it's sitting in there gathering dust, clean as the day we found it. just in case I ever need a spare gas can. That case is closed, Steve.
I'm glad that I spent my entire day talking to the entirety of the town, piecing together clues just to have Loomis leak the script. I mean, it's not like the mystery was like that complex in the first place, like wow. In any case, we now know for sure that we need the gas can from the evidence room in order to blackmail the postmaster, and Loomis almost certainly has a key. Although I don't have any evidence, I do have the lead, and return to the postmaster in order to begin my questioning. I dance around the topic before directly conducting my interrogation. Since I'm posed with the question, I directly accuse the man of striking the match.
You don't have any proof of that. Nobody does. The sheriff stated that no evidence was found on the crime scene.
Then how do you know it was a crime scene?
Son, I have a feeling you're never going to get that lodge application. I feel it in my bones.
Well, aside from stoking the flames of the postmaster's ire, I didn't really accomplish much. I tried typing in a few more relevant keywords, but I didn't really get anywhere. Loose-lipped Loomis was my initial thought of how to get in, so I revisit him.
Help yourself. Speaking of which, you're real lucky to be marrying Stephanie. She don't look like a good woman. I just hope she don't turn out like Mrs. Loomis, or mercy forbid Mrs. Phelps. Good women can be awful hard on a man's needs, don't you know?
This time, the sheriff is conveniently gone. Without even asking, Loomis laments over his lady issues. I'm not interested in his thoughts about any of the women, especially when we could instead discuss a man's needs.
Why, you sure ought to appreciate what a man's got to do sometimes in a parked car, or a waist-high knothole in a tree, or jail cell at noon. Matter of fact, Mrs. Phelps got no reason not to sell you some of them French postcard girly picture books. If you can get any, it's see clear to part with them. Bring them round when the sheriff's at lunch, and I'd be obliged. Of course, I don't necessarily mean French postcards. That's just what we called them in my day. Any kind of girly picture book, the kind men like, would be just dandy. I'd be right grateful, kiddo, if you were to bring me one. Mrs. Phelps down at the general store don't help things none. She's got them special picture books, the one with the ladies. But she won't sell me none on account of she knows my wife, Mrs. Loomis. Dadgum if that don't burn my britches. If I even ask about 'em, she tells Mrs. Loomis and I get the broom. Enough to break a man's heart, her burning my French postcards and me unable to replace them. A man's got needs, don't you know?
While Loomis can't purchase any girly magazines, there shouldn't be anything preventing Mrs. Phelps from prohibiting us.
That's
and
nice,
thus,
dear.
I hand over my only quarter.
A girly magazine? Why, Steve, I'm surprised at you. I'd expect that sort of thing from Deputy Loomis, but never from you. He's always coming in here oogling the girly magazines behind my counter. Darned if I'd sell him one, though. I know his wife, for heaven's sakes.
Well, will you sell me one?
I certainly will, Steve. That kind of interest is healthy for a young fellow. Steers him away from being a fireman.
That's right, your goon sessions are Mrs. Phelps approved. Loomis appreciates the magazine. Luckily, he has the restraint to show it off in the bathroom and not in front of us.
Oh, by George. Oh, by Jiminy. Oh, this here's the real thing. Oh, can I have it? Oh, thank you, Steve. Excuse me, kiddo. I gotta go check the jail for clean towels.
In any case, the door to the evidence room isn't going to unlock itself, so I have to hope that there's a spare key in one of the drawers. Thankfully, there is. Not only that, but there's also the sheriff's checkbook along with a handwritten note. Using the key is one thing, but taking the other two items amounts to stealing from a cop. The punishment if we get caught is going to be extra bad, but I don't think the sheriff or Loomis will shake us down, especially since Loomis is currently participating in a shakedown of his own. The key opens the way to the evidence room. Inside are a variety of curiosities that only bring about more confusion the more you think about it. The toast in particular is also probably more so the aftermath of a crime. Aside from the gas can we came for, we can also pick up a camera and a pair of sneakers. This room is supposed to be locked, so if someone accuses us of why something is missing from here, 1, it isn't, and if it is, it wasn't us. In fact, it was probably you.
Hello, Steve. Where's Loomis?
You'll be coming around about this come. Oh, that's good.
Loomis, damn you.
Dwayne, no.
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 Straighting up the mattress again. Folding up the towels. Charming snake.
I was mistaken. Loomis apparently took his business to an empty cell. Obviously, of course. Not that I imagine them ever being full. Regardless, I walk away from the bonking, judgment free. The moment I make it out of the station, I instantly take a look at the note and checkbook. To the sheriff, Boyle writes, "If you think I'm gonna keep paying this forever, you are crazy. There are limits." Confirmation that the sheriff is blackmailing Boyle. Showing this back to Boyle doesn't really do us any good, and since what exactly Boyle is paying for isn't mentioned, that leaves others to have some room for interpretation. The checkbook serves as the receipts we need. Unfortunately, how we came across this evidence is still a question we don't have a good answer to. The gas can is almost certainly good enough to settle the debt between the postmaster and sheriff, so hopefully we will earn back enough reputation to be able to make a copy of the lodge invitation.
What has that sheriff told you?
The sheriff?
That pie-faced son of a bitch. What have I been paying him for all this time?
Calm down. He hasn't told me anything. What could he say?
Nothing. I've just been working too hard, that's all. Forget I said anything, son. Sorry.
Before letting the postmaster off for arson, I have to speak him just a bit and threaten him with the knowledge that I know he's being blackmailed.
This is unexpected and awkward. But my luck's been bad ever since Dwayne found that darn gas can at the newspaper building the day after the fire. He has this insane notion that it's mine. I pay him not because I'm guilty, but because I don't want him slurring my good name around Harvest.
Oh, naturally.
You know, he keeps that gas can in the evidence room at his office. I'd be really grateful to whoever could fetch me that can. Grateful enough to provide him with a lodge application. Oh, and Steve, you'll keep this to yourself. If you're smart.
It doesn't really get me anywhere, so I then use the note on the postmaster.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. After all this time.
Where's my application, Boyle?
Here, take it. With my thanks. You know, this morning as I was making my rounds, I noticed an awful lot of television aerials on the roofs. Seems like more and more each day. You got me this can just in time, youngster. I may have need of it again.
What do you mean?
There's another reason why Sheriff Dwayne didn't investigate the Sentinel fire. If you'd like to get something else on the blackmailing bastard, check around the television station. While you still can.
The postmaster's defense for why he's not an arson is pathetic, but at least there's some logical rationalization for himself on why the postmaster thinks he acts the way he does. With the gentleman's agreement that I will just straight up get the lodge application in exchange for the gas can, I hand over the culpatory evidence. The postmaster ends our exchange with a rather cryptic clue about getting some additional dirt on the sheriff of the station before it burns down. Great. We become a future assistant 10 arson. Midnight and the sheriff are buddies, so it most certainly involves a safe in the back room. Alas, I found no success in opening it through steel nor flesh. With the application in hand, I take it to the sergeant at arms.
I've told you what you must do.
That's a ticket.
And of course the game wants me to sign it first. Thankfully, the pen and quarter were among the first items I picked up in my drawer. While I wanted to take this opportunity to read the application, the text is nigh unreadable. We eat meat 3 times a day. We only have the first name of Steve. I mean, I guess that makes sense from Steve's perspective. Harvest is our city. Steve thinks that he's no physical disabilities. We do not own a triangle. We do enjoy the art of pseudo something? I don't know. That phrase in particular is quite unreadable. We do at least own a rope. I can't tell if our only allergy is some type of onion or grass. Oh, I have no idea. Tell me if you can read this, which you probably can't. The penultimate question stumps even Steve. As for the 50-word or less plea to join the order, I can't read any of it. But I can take an educated guess, I guess. Well, it's not. If it's an educated guess, I don't know.
I see you've managed to acquire an application. That demonstrates resourcefulness, a desirable trait for prospective members. You need a rest. Report back here for your next assignment.
We succumb to a violent nightmare as Tuesday arrives. We're one day closer to the big sale and have finally made substantial progress in game, acquiring an application. I head on over to Stephanie's right after I wake up in order to inform her of my precarious situation. She's rightfully concerned, but we don't really have a choice.
Steve, I'm so glad you came back. What have you been doing?
I visited the lodge, talked to the sergeant at arms there. He knows that there's something out of whack here. He told me if I wanted to find out what it is, I should join the lodge. I've decided to join the lodge, Stephanie. I think the answer to all our questions is inside.
That place. It's so sinister. You may be playing right into their hands. Did you think of that? Doesn't it seem like you're being herded toward the lodge?
That's one of the things I hope to find out.
I hope finding out doesn't get you killed.
In any case, now that the sun has risen, the sergeant at arms should certainly have a status update.
I take it you wish to be initiated into the mysteries of the Order of the Harvest Moon. Very well. Know then that securing the application was but the first step on your road to enlightenment. Now you must complete a series of tasks to prove your worthiness as an initiate.
What kind of tasks?
Minor pranks, really. Nothing overly difficult. More tests of wit than prowess. But to complete them you must, if you wish to enter these walls.
Minor prank, eh? I'll bet. What have you got in mind?
There is in Harvest a man named Mr. Johnson. He owns a tucker. It is his pride and joy. I should like you to put a scratch in it.
A scratch? That's all?
As I said, a minor prank. Mind you, you are not to damage the vehicle. Merely put a single scratch in it. Once you have done so, return here, and I shall give you your next task.
In order to join, we must first suffer through a hazing process to prove our loyalty. Our first task is classified as a minor prank, but scratching an expensive car is still pretty costly. A Phillips head screwdriver could make a scratch, but I still need to find one. My search sends me all over town, where in classic adventure game fashion, I run my mouse over the entire screen in order to search for any interactable pixels. Doing this at the burnt down news station revealed that I can pick the shovel up. Using it on the ashes uncovers some evidence, a burnt flyer that I found no use for, and a postal button. Unfortunately, I discovered this a day too late, as I already resolved the postmaster situation. The additional dialogue doesn't provide anything I find noteworthy either.
You've been shooting off your mouth about me and Boyle, Steve.
Somehow the sheriff figured out that I know more about his relationship with the postmaster. I suppose that's the postmaster's fault. I don't press the issue though. Instead, I pixel hunt the diner, and of course, it's the drawer stuck in the back left of the screen that has no hints of interactability that alleviates my search. I spent 15 real-life minutes searching for this single item. How fun. While not being a Phillips head, a straight slot is almost certainly good enough, and thus I pull it out in order to scratch the red tucker.
You rotten son of a bitch! Sheriff!
This is when we are forcefully pulled towards the center of the screen and have to engage in enraged Mr. Johnson in a mortal combat. Unfortunately, the combat is also by far the worst part of the game. You're getting high, low, or head height, and aside from the weapon you're wielding, you just have hope for the best. I think the extra choppiness that becomes a problem stems from the fighting animations breaking whatever the proper order of actions inputted are. I give up because this is obviously not the correct solution. Mr. Johnson specifically calls out the sheriff, and so perhaps this is where I need to counter blackmail the sheriff to help me out with this situation. Perhaps I can scratch the tucker and he can just look the other way. I head into the general store and make copies of everything in my inventory, or try to. The only items that scanned were the checkbook and notes. Inspecting the copies reveals some coffee stains, but they were free, so I can't really complain. I tried to return the originals, but the interaction between the items and the drawer was unsuccessful, so I just headed to the diner.
Now, where did you get these, Steve?
Telling the sheriff of our crime directly would be silly, even for Steve, so we just hand-wave the question away.
But you won't, because I've got the original checks, which prove that Boyle burned down...
Uh-huh. All right. You've got me, boy. Tell you what, I'd give you one of Sheriff Dwayne's custom deluxe get-out-of-jail-free cards. That is, if I catch you doing something, I'll look the other way. Once. That's the deal. How about it?
A get-out-of-jail-free card sounds like exactly what I need. And based on the vibes, I don't think we're getting anything better.
All right. Just bring me the originals, and we'll close the deal. So, you brought them after all, did you?
That's right. And you said something about a get-out-of-jail-free card?
Yeah. But can you give me a good reason why I shouldn't just kill you right now and take them back?
I didn't expect the sheriff to just threaten to kill us, but if he's threatening such an extreme action, I think it's better to instill deterrence through fear by alluding to the unknown rather than relying on a deal being a deal. No one ever asks the question of what happens after that deal.
Yeah, you did it up right, Steve. Guess my best play is to pay up. And next time I catch you for something, I owe you one. And no hard feelings.
With the get-out-of-jail-free card, I scratch the tucker for a second time, this time with a shovel equipped. I successfully best Mr. Johnson, but I don't think non-lethal damage is a thing in this game.
You're under arrest for the murder of Mr. Johnson, Steve. Not the smartest thing you've ever done. Killing a man in broad daylight while he's sitting on his porch.
Somebody help me!
What do you people want from me?
Too late for that, boy. Ain't it, Sergeant?
Indeed it is, Sheriff. Answers may only be found in the lodge, and you must be alive to seek them.
It seems like my get out of jail free card doesn't cover a murder, since, well, I just get executed myself. Also, technically this is involuntary manslaughter, but I'm sure no one in Harvest cares. The most interesting part about this death is the end of the cutscene of when I die. A strange steampunk looking monitor flashes vital signs flatlining. This is a pretty blatant confirmation that Steve is either in a coma or is attached to a device that is able to alter his mental state. Now that I know that I can't just walk up and scratch the car, we'll have to make it look like an accident. Or find a way inside Mr. Johnson's garage. As I spawn in, my cursor is just naturally in the middle of the screen, and so is a manhole. The manhole is rather inconspicuous, but also quite blatant as it's an item I can examine. I didn't think much of it, but now that plan A and B failed, I need to start thinking outside the box in order to get in. I spent the next 26 minutes testing everything, only to fail. I eventually got so desperate that I reloaded a save from the previous day and procedurally re-carried out my steps in order to make sure I didn't miss anything. Luckily, this meant that I could remember to carry out the paper for Jimmy James. You know, the paper boy meant to bring me the paper. I can also now give him the sneakers we picked up from the evidence locker.
There now, see how easy it is? Things are so much better between us when you remember the paper in the morning. And let's keep them that way. Hey, did you ever find any sneakers? Whoa, that's great. Maybe we could trade.
What could you give me?
You know Miss Whaley and Principal Harold down at the school? Well, I found out they're messing around with each other in the broom closet. I can tell you when they meet and trade you some keys that'll let you catch them red-handed. What do you say? Swell! Here's the keys to the broom closet at Gein Memorial. That's where they meet every day. About 3:45, as soon as everyone has gone home. Sometimes I hide in there beforehand. And Daddy-o, I see some stuff that's real nasty. Take it from me. You made a good swap. See you later, alligator.
The key he gives us in return provides us a use for the acquired camera.
Huh? What? Screwing in the school broom closet? What will people think?
Are you blackmailing us, you little shit?
Calm down, Mr. Harold. Stephen would never do that. He's a smiley bear. But we should give him a token of our appreciation for his silence. Here, Stephen, take this baseball bat. You'll find it quite useful.
I have no use for a baseball bat, but they can't offer anything
More than
else.
that you won't get. We don't have much money. We're educators, not janitors. Now, will you take the bat or not? Wise decision, Stephen. Take the bat, and we'll take the photo.
I was hoping for something more exciting. The cutscene also glitched out, which I can't seem to predict, which is really annoying, but I never went back to recapture footage of this since I didn't really care. Eventually, after wasting even more time, I finally figured out that I needed to use the OR loop on the manhole key outside the post office. And by figure it out, I mean I had to use Google. Like, how was I supposed to know that I needed to use the OR loop on the manhole key? This is crazy. I noticed the manhole key on several occasions, but because the OR lube was in the medicine cabinet, I didn't make the connection that it was actually lube. Perhaps the explain text contained the required hint, but I read that at the beginning of the game. With the manhole key in hand, night descends upon Harvest, letting us know that we're on the right track. I head on over to the Johnson residence, but before I get to work, I take a few moments to appreciate the groove brought on by the absolute jamming soundtrack. I have no idea why it goes so hard at night, but I'm not complaining. The manhole key grants us access to an underground level. Examining the room reveals an indentation within the corroded wall. This is where I realize that I forgot to pick up the shovel on the save, and thus have to run back to the pile of ashes in order to grab it. On my return, I break through the wall and can crawl through a rather extensive tunnel that leads us straight into the garage. With the straight slot screwdriver, I scratch Mr. Johnson's tucker. Although our task is complete, I spend some time looking around. We pick up a dolly that might be useful after our wedding, a pitchfork, and a Phillips head screwdriver from the tool bench. We return to the sergeant at arms to inform him of our success.
So, you have completed your first task. Now that you've scratched the tucker, you may proceed to your second task. You will steal a bolt of fabric from the fireman and bring it to me.
As it turns out, to people, feelings tend to matter much more than facts.
The human mind always seeks to categorize phenomena, to pigeonhole, and therefore feel that it exerts control over an unfathomable universe. A feeling, however, is not a fact. Whatever you may think of the order is only speculation, a realization which should give you scant comfort, considering that even memory is illusory, a chemical imprint on meat that, like what it is writ upon, must one day decay. If you're interested in reviving the decaying corpse that is your memory, you'll be back. The only answer for you is here, Stephen. Don't forget that.
Regardless, we don't have the choice to refuse as night ends and the next day begins. Talking to our mom reveals that news of last night's misgivings have made the rounds.
By the way, I spoke with Mr. Johnson and he's livid. Seems someone scratched up his priceless tucker. If he finds out who, there'll be heck to pay. Edna's daughter Karen has disappeared. Karen was playing outside as Edna closed the diner, and that's the last anyone saw of her.
I don't really care about Mr. Johnson, so the fact that Edna's kid is missing is of a much greater concern. We saw her yesterday, so she could have only gotten lost between then and now, so the first question is pretty pointless. Steve jumps the gun and somehow divines that there might have been some foul play involved.
I haven't the foggiest idea. All I know is she went missing last night. But Steve, this isn't something you want to be concerned with. Trust me. You should be concentrating on joining the lodge, not some missing girl.
Isn't a lost child everyone's concern?
Then let everyone worry about it. This is nothing but a waste of time for you. If you spend your time in Harvest looking for Karen, you'll regret it.
My time in Harvest? You talk like I'm a visitor, Mom.
Don't be silly, dear.
Famous hacker group, everyone is on the case, but our mom's dismissive attitude is suspicious, especially since we have a younger sister.
Sister?
Shh, you'll wake her. I just put her down to sleep. If she wakes up, she'll just want to eat again. Darn it, I'm busy, and if you think I'm going to play along with this nonsense, you're crazier than Sparky down at the firehouse.
Fine. Maybe I am crazy. I can't rule that out. Why can't you just help me a little? Is that too much to ask?
Now you've done it. Are you happy? Poor baby. There, there. Did your brother scare you? Let me see. Darn that wasp woman. She's a monster, that's what she is.
I suppose the spider in her mouth is of no issue.
wasp woman?
Tetsua Crumb is going to hear about this. I want you to go to her house right now and give her a piece of my mind.
I don't know where she lives.
Honestly, you can't miss a house covered with paper nests. Steve, you tell her to mind her own beeswax, or by golly, I'll take it up with the PTA. Or the lodge.
Already met Tetsua, but since our mom has this request, and this is a new save, I wonder if we can do anything about the situation. Mr. Pottsdam confirms that this was a kidnapping, as they even left a ransom note.
I could use some good news right now. I just got the word. The order turned down my latest application. Looks like we'll be having the wedding at Moynahan's after all. So, what's new, Steve? How could anyone do something so terrible to her?
You think someone took her?
I think? Oh no, see, it was a kidnapping, haven't you heard? The sheriff got a ransom note. Seems someone wants to dip into Edna's larder. Too bad such a sweet little thing has to suffer.
Asking where he was Tuesday night is far too aggressive of a line of questioning. Instead, asking more about the ransom note Mr. Pottsdam brought up himself is more likely to get us information.
I'm sure I couldn't tell you, Steve. Why so interested? Word to the wise, Steve? You leave that kind of stuff to the sheriff. This isn't something you want to be messing with.
Why not?
There are better ways for you to spend your time. Have you applied to the lodge yet? There's no time like the present, believe me. You should apply, and soon. Someone went and scraped up Johnson's car? Can you imagine? He'd step in a bear trap and chew his own leg off rather than suffer a scratched tucker. Serves the rich bastard right, if you ask me.
I guess technically, an unaffiliated civilian should leave these matters to the authorities, but Harvest is an incredibly small town. Dwayne is a rather questionable character, but he does have a positive relationship with Edna, so he probably wouldn't act too unscrupulous when it comes to his investigation. Of course, if this incident has to do with the lodge, which it almost certainly does, we might be Karen's only hope. Unfortunately, I cannot find the sheriff to take a look at that note no matter how hard I tried. Mrs. Pottsdam informs us that their upstairs toilet went kaput last night, and Mr. Swell came in to fix it. I guess those mail-order plumbing classes paid off.
You might want to be extra nice to Mr. Pottsdam today, Steve. He was turned down by the lodge again. Guess we're having the wedding at Mr. Moynahan's after all. Have you heard that Edna's daughter Karen has disappeared? These things happen. You just have to deal with them, step by step, one day at a time. Why, let me think. Oh yes, that was the night our upstairs bathroom toilet backed up. Mr. Swell was kind enough to come over and fix it for us. He took most of the night.
Then you and Mr. Pottsdam were both home.
Oh yes, we rarely step out on weeknights. Mr. Pottsdam and I just used the downstairs facilities and stayed in the rest of the night and flossed together in full sight of each other at all times. And everything was fine, just fine.
She alibis her husband, but claiming that they flossed in full sight of each other is perhaps the least believable claim of all time. Of course, if they are lying, we can just ask Stephanie and Mr. Swell.
Steve, I'm so glad you came back. What have you been doing?
I visited the lodge. Talked to the sergeant-at-arms there. He knows that there's something out of whack here. He told me if I wanted to find out what it is, I should join the lodge. I've decided to join the lodge, Stephanie. I think the answer to all our questions is inside.
That place. It's so sinister.
Stephanie is against us joining the lodge, and based on the sergeant's words, we are indeed being funneled towards there. We just don't have any choice in the matter.
You may be playing right into their hands. Did you think of that? Doesn't it seem like you're being herded toward the lodge?
That's one of the things I hope to find out.
I hope finding out doesn't get you killed. My faux mother keeps me up on the latest gossip. Not like she really wants to talk to me. More like she's feeding me information. For instance, she told me that Mr. Johnson's Tucker was vandalized. That's another weird thing. Every car I've seen drive by is a Tucker. There were only 31 produced. What are the odds of that?
I've always wanted a Tucker. Funny that Harvest would be full of them.
Any idea who scratched the car?
The fact that Steve always wanted a Tucker, and that every car in Harvest is a Tucker, is some more confirmation that we're stuck in Steve's mind. Whether this is because we are in a coma or simulation is still the question. We do have the choice to tell Stephanie the truth or play dumb. I decide that she deserves to know the truth as it relates to the matters of the lodge in the first place.
Why would you do something like that?
It's part of the lodge initiation.
I see.
Look, I don't know what's going on here, but getting into the lodge is the best way to find out.
By committing vandalism?
While true, by any means necessary implies a level of intent from us that does not account for the fact that we don't have any choice. Like, if someone strapped a bomb onto my chest and forced me to rob a gas station, yeah, sure, that wouldn't be so nice of me, but you know, I'm trying not to get blown up.
It was a crime, Steve.
Don't be so melodramatic about it. I've heard of worse fraternity initiations.
Sorry. When you put it that way, I guess I was overreacting. I understand that a little girl is missing.
That's right. Her name's Karen.
I heard the pod parents talking about it downstairs. When did it happen?
Tuesday night.
God, that was a bad night for everyone. Tuesday, our upstairs toilet backed up. As if that wasn't bad enough, Mr. Pottsdam was livid, almost irrational. Like the toilet had it in for him personally. Through the wall, I kept hearing him ask somebody named Mr. Swell whether the toilet would be fixed by dark. And when Swell said it'd take most of the night to fix, Daddy totally lost it. Swell said he'd stay all night and fix it, but that didn't seem to help. Pottsdam stormed out of the house and didn't come back till next morning.
Mrs. Pottsdam told me that Pottsdam didn't go out on Tuesday night.
Well, I'm not lying. I saw him through the window just before dawn. When he stepped beneath the porch light, I could see he was covered with mud. That was one weird night. Guess all hell broke loose, didn't it?
Technically, if Mr. Pottsdam was on the porch, he was outside. Mrs. Pottsdam's alibi is also now even less credulous because there was a point in time where she was not with her husband. With the toilet being broken though, the brown matter covering Mr. Pottsdam might not have been mud. I wonder what Mr. Swell has to say about the matter. My second task is still technically my primary concern, and so I head on over to the fire station to scope out where the bolt of fabric might be hidden. Spot barking reminds me that only meat shuts him up. With Mr. Johnson's Phillips head screwdriver, I can finally take the bars down from my dad's window.
This is your first arrest, Steve. You just remember.
Luckily, Harvest jail system has a 3-strike system. But although the sheriff kisses us goodnight, we can't seem to fall asleep. The fact that there's an alarm system combined with steel bars is rather curious though. I'm already back home, which is convenient, and I think that the mysterious glowing light might have some relevancy. Our inventory specifies Mr. Johnson's dolly as being for furniture, and it allows us to move the cabinet and deactivate the alarm system. B in BDSM does not stand for blood. Besides leaning into Harvest's overall theme of violence, you could probably interpret the violent conditions our dad suffers from as being an abstraction of the physical toll marriage has on a person.
Marv, what's going on in there?
Go! Go! Steve, is that you? Come to see your poor old dad?
Are you my father? Really? I don't remember you.
Please. I'm not in the mood for jokes.
I'm serious. Why won't anyone believe me?
Well, you always were a kidder, Steve. Just don't make me laugh now. Remember the stitches.
My God. What has she done to you?
She doesn't know you're here, does she? Does she?
No, I had to break in. What the hell is going on in here?
I know it's a mystery to you. The sacred things that husbands and wives do behind closed doors. Maybe we should have that special father-son talk. Especially now that you're getting married. But listen. I can't talk very loud. It's the tracheotomy. When a man and a woman love each other very much, they go into a room alone and shut the door and bolt it with at least 3 locks. Then prop a chair under the doorknob so no one can get in or out. Then they take off their clothes and get out a wide variety of scalpels. Some curved, some short, all of them sharp. And then the man climbs on the woman, and then they... with the barbed wire, they...
That's all right. Don't get worked up. You need your rest.
Yes, rest. But why did you come? You must have had a reason for risking it.
I need some meat, and Pat won't give me any without your signed permission.
Good old dependable Pat. Here, son. Here's my signature. Take it to him, and you won't have any problem. Now go, son. Go quickly, before she comes back.
And in case, we obtain our dad's signature. Reading the slip reveals the name O.K. Marv. Our mother called our father Marv, and referring to your partner by their last name is kind of weird. Although, I mean, their relationship is almost certainly within that category. If true though, this would make our name Steve Marv.
So, your father okayed the meet, huh? How's he doing? Good, glad to hear it. Here's your meat, son. You run along now. A new shipment of animals has come in and it's time to start cutting.
I finally decided to check in with Edna.
I can't stop and chat, Steve. With Karen gone, if I stop, I think I'll lose my mind. I've got to keep busy. Excuse me. I just heard that Mr. Johnson's Tucker was vandalized. You know, though I don't like to think ill of people or take pleasure in the misfortunes of others, I'd like to think it's a comeuppance for all the times that nasty man has bothered me.
She's trying to keep her mind preoccupied, which forces us to use the parser to ask about Karen directly.
Thank you for asking, but since she disappeared, it's too painful for me to talk about her. Other than the diner, she was all I had. I've gone to the sheriff, and Range Rider is running announcements hourly at the TV station. I've even thought of petitioning the Order of the Harvest Moon. God help me. I'm that desperate. But so far, I've heard nothing. I've posted a reward to whoever finds her. Maybe that'll help. I just wish I knew. I was closing up the diner for the night, and I let Karen play outside the diner for only a few minutes. In a little town like Harvest, you trust your neighbors. Sure, it was dark out. I was closing up late. But the poor thing sat in all day helping in the kitchen. I didn't think anything would happen.
Telling a mother that flowers are a decent enough consolation for her missing child probably goes a bit beyond lacking in social awareness.
I know, between the posters and the television bulletins, but even so, there's still no word that she's all alone. I posted a reward to whoever finds her. Perhaps that will help. I just wish I knew. I can't talk about it anymore.
While our conversation might make Edna feel a bit better, we don't learn any information that I would consider useful for our search. Maybe Mr. Johnson could help.
Some rotten son bitch scratched my car. My Tucker, my baby, my poor darling, my sweet cheeks. If I find out who did it, I'll kill him. Just kill him dead. I told that fool sheriff to beef up the patrols, but what does he care? Nobody cares about a limp dick fat boy. Well, I'll make them care. I'll make them care. Did you hear that Karen disappeared? Just goes to show you what can happen without a man's stewardship in the house. It takes both a man and a woman to raise a child properly. Says so in the Bible. But try to convince Edna of that? Oh no. And now she's lost everything. This might be a good time to drop in. While she's feeling vulnerable.
Never mind. I think scratching his Tucker might not have been a far enough act from us. Perhaps Mr. Swell can clarify the whole Pottsdam conundrum.
Too bad about Edna's daughter going missing. That was a strange night. I remember that evening. The Pottsdam's upstairs bathroom toilet backed up. I've seen folks upset about that stuff, but Mr. Pottsdam was just furious. Heck, they even got a downstairs bathroom. But when I told him it'd take most of the night to fix, he stormed out of the house. Some folks are hard to figure.
So Mrs. Pottsdam lied, which means Stephanie saw Mr. Pottsdam returning, not leaving. The plot thickens. I find myself back at Gein Memorial in order to pull the fire alarm, as that's the beyond obvious way to draw the attention of the firemen. Since I don't need a baseball bat when I take the picture of Principal Harrell and Teacher Whaley, I instead hold onto it. While not relevant to any progression, it does result in some rather humorous dialogue from the inhabitants.
You smug, filthy little bastard. Put that away now.
Put that thing away, damn you.
My stars, that's scandalous. First the amnesia, now you've taken to peeping through windows, just like Loomis. He'd do anything to catch an untoward glimpse of a beautiful girl.
I hardly think Miss Whaley qualifies.
Is that who it is? And Mr. Harrell? My stars! I can't wait to tell the ladies' auxiliary about this.
Oh gosh darn, she's purty. Kinda like a gal I seen on some of them French postcards they used to make. Used to be, I'd take them things, go back into jail if nobody was there and kind of look 'em over one-handed, fold some towels. That was afore Mrs. Loomis.
Karen Fitzpatrick has strayed from the corral, kids, so if any of you buckaroos have seen her lately, give the sheriff a call and tell him what you know. Anyone who comes up with information gets an invite to Range Rider's Kitty Corral, so keep those eyes peeled, cowpokes. Don't go away, there's more to come. Hello there, cowpoke. What can I do for you? From what I've heard, there were weird lights seen in the cemetery Tuesday night. Aside from that, nothing. If you hear anything, I'd be just pleased as punch if you'd let me know. The thought of something happening to that little filly? Well, it just breaks my heart. Say, you're a game little buckaroo, aren't you? The FCC would tan my hide if I put that on the air, but thanks for showing me anyhow.
The FCC won't allow this. But they don't mind Indians being eviscerated?
Violence isn't dirty like sex, cowpoke. Folks would stand for a shootout in the street, but poking in the street? Well, if you can't see the difference, I can't help you. But thanks for the news. Hold on just a sec. We're back with a news flash, buckaroos. Steve has found out that Mr. Harrell and Miss Whaley have been playing pee-pee in the broom closet at Gein Memorial. Stay tuned for further developments as soon as Steve can get some more dirty pictures.
Say, that's pretty cute. The teacher and the principal carrying on in the school closet. Thanks for the tip-off, sport. I'll be sure to mention it in tonight's newscast.
Steve, I didn't have you figured for a rumor monger. That's disgraceful. Put that thing away.
Now don't that beat all get out. Harold and the original old maid herself. Though I guess the old maid part is history now, huh?
They're doing this every day after class in the broom closet.
Oh, well, I hope you don't expect me to keep my trap shut about this one. I'm gonna give some of these neighborhood brats an advanced education. Maybe if they take up a healthy interest in intercourse, they'll leave my Tucker alone.
Holy Marconi! That's Miss Whaley and Principal Harold, isn't it?
Yeah, I took this picture in the broom closet at Gein Memorial. Nice, huh?
Disgusting is more like it. Why are you showing this to me? You've got a nutty sense of fun, Steve. Maybe an expensive one, too. This kind of stuff can come back to haunt you.
Oh my goodness! That's Miss Whaley, isn't it?
Wrapped around Principal Harrell. As a member of the PTA, I thought you'd be interested.
Interested? I'm absolutely Twitter-pated. And the rest of the ladies will be too, once I tell them.
Are you making some kind of point?
Oh my God! Did you take that picture? Son, you never burst in on a couple like that. You could get killed.
Somehow I can't picture Harrell in a jealous rage.
Jealous rage, hell! I'm talking stray fire here. Believe me, I know.
Hey, they're doing it. Wow, you gotta trade me it. I'll give you my Robbie the Robot model for it. You're a lousy rat, Steve.
My goodness, what's this?
I caught them together in the broom closet. Seems they go in there every day after school.
Sakes, I hope you're not going to ask me what they're up to. There are certain things that a boy and a girl do together when they're in love. Horrible, disgusting, slimy things that they want to share with each other. Which Mr. Harrell and Miss Whaley have been swapping on a regular basis. Oh, wait till the PTA hears about this! I told you I'm busy, Steve. Why don't you talk to Hank? Did you hear? Someone exterminated the wasp woman. Exterminated. Got it? Oh my, I used to be such a card. Everyone in the Glee Club thought so. Oh, I haven't lost it, have I?
After that entertaining sidebar, we have to get back to business. And so I investigate the mysterious lights spotted at the cemetery. The matches prepared especially for our wedding were no doubt the source.
Thank God I found you. Are you all right, Karen?
I want to go home. Could you take me to my mommy's store? Or to the policeman?
Can you tell me who did this to you?
Mr. Pottsdam told me he'd hurt my mommy if I told.
He won't do anything, I promise. Tell me what happened.
He made me play house. Then he dug a hole. Please, I just want to go home now. Please.
Can you tell me your address, honey?
I don't know. Just take me to the store or the policeman. Please. Mommy said to go to the policeman if I got lost. And I'm lost.
We find Karen, buried, but luckily still alive. And she confirms that Mr. Pottsdam was indeed the perpetrator. If we were any later, she might not have survived.
Bye-bye.
Oh my God. Karen! Thank God. What happened?
Found her in the graveyard. She was buried alive. And she claims Mr. Pottsdam was responsible.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you from both of us. Here's the reward money. Take it and go. I need to be alone with my baby right now.
Edna doesn't give us a chance to refuse the reward money, which saves us the trouble. Now that I have this information though, I can't help but confront my soon-to-be father-in-law.
If it isn't my favorite son-in-law, what brings you here again?
When we go to accuse him, the illusion of what Karen meant by playing house is revealed.
Yeah, I know what that crazy little bitch said, but it's not true. I was at home that night. Mrs. Pottsdam will vouch for me. Isn't that right, Mrs. Pottsdam?
That's right, Mr. Pottsdam. Hello, Steve. Care to stay for some pot roast?
Forget the pot roast, Mother. Pot roast isn't for backstabbers, for persecutors. I won't share my meat with him. My meat! My meat!
With Mrs. Pottsdam covering for her husband's actions, I highly doubt Dwayne will take any further action.
It's the truth. That's why. And I think you'd better be going, young man, before I call your mother and tell on you.
All I can do now is inform Stephanie that she might want to maintain an even higher level of vigilance around her quote-unquote father.
I'm glad to see you. I feel so alone, cooped up in here. Is it true? You found Karen?
Yeah, just in time, too. He'd molested her and buried her alive. He couldn't bring himself to kill her outright, so he just decided to stick her in the ground and let fate take its course.
Who? Who would do that to a helpless child?
She says it was Mr. Pottsdam. And I believe her.
Oh, Christ. And all this time I've been under the same roof with that thing watching me.
Take it easy, okay?
So, at least they'll be coming to take him away, won't they?
Now that a kid isn't missing, I can take a look around a now hopefully empty fire station. Indeed, the station once I arrive is empty, but they remembered to lock their doors. From their garage though, I'm able to pick up a fire axe and a stair ladder. Upon exiting the location, night arrives. This time, conveniently for us, the firemen did not remember to lock their doors. Spot's barking doesn't shut up, but I figured as much, and so I came ready with a piece of meat. Staying as low-key as possible, I try to find the bolt, but since I can't even after flipping on the lights, I unsheath the model.
Jeez, what are you doing here?
Just standing here, waiting to be drawn.
You just hang out here? All the time?
I'm not a person, Steve. I'm an object. You do well to remember that. A person is his job. Someday you'll understand that. And if you don't, it won't matter, because you'll be dead.
Dead?
Have you gotten your lodge application in yet? Good. You may survive yet. I guess you're here to steal the bolt. Not at all. That's not my job. However, since I am an object d'art, and since art should be interpreted, I'll give you a clue as to where the bolt is located. Darkness gives as darkness gets, but light invoked is light shed.
Thankfully, the model not only does not rat us out, but gives us a clue. Darkness gives as darkness gets, but light invoked is light shed. This obviously refers to the light switches. At first, I assumed I needed to activate them in a certain order, but after a few flicks, I then noticed a shadow cast on the ceiling that shouldn't be there. Ironically, we used the fireman's own ladder to retrieve the item. Now, having acquired the cloth, we make our way back home after an exhausting day. Hank's rudeness has not cured itself, even in the face of Karen's disappearance.
What do you want, Steve? You're in trouble. How's it feel to be a jailbird? Yeah, that's what you think. Now.
What are you yammering about?
You better not get caught again, Steve. You played your get-out-of-jail-free card. Next time, you'll be in big trouble. Hey, it's too bad they don't give scout badges for digging up buried kids. I like to see what that badge would look like. I went over to ask her what it was like, being buried alive and all. But she just stared at me, and twitched, and drew up. Guess I got my answer. Huh.
I wonder if our mom will be a little bit more receptive to the previous day.
Hello, dear. How are you today? You know those firemen? The funny ones with the color sense? Looks like they misplaced a bolt of expensive fabric. Of course, each one of them suspects the other. Looks like a catfight is brewing. Congratulations, hero. You found Karen after all.
You don't seem proud, Mother. I wonder why.
I warned you not to waste time looking for her.
Am I running out of time?
The blood drive is coming soon.
What does that have to do with anything?
If you haven't joined the lodge by then, you'll find out. Still, I'm glad you found the poor baby. She says Mr. Pottsdam was responsible for what happened to her. What a silly little girl. Shame on you. Imagine accusing your future father-in-law of a thing like that. Is that how a range rider would behave? I don't think so.
Why would she lie?
Okay, Weisenheimer. Even if he is a child molester, a kidnapper, and an attempted murderer, that's no reflection on what kind of father-in-law he'll be. I just can't wait for the wedding. Can you?
If we hadn't found Karen, then Mr. Pottsdam wouldn't have been accused of such crimes. So clearly, it's all our fault.
Exquisite cloth. Its loss should trigger quite a bit of dissension amongst our gallant firefighters. Still, that is not your concern. Your next assignment is to break into the tonsorial establishment of Mr. Pastorelli and abscond with his prized barber's pole. Lack of respect for authority, a fine trait for a member of the Order. Yes, I approve, Stephen. I hope you succeed in your task. Break into the shop, steal the barber's pole, and bring it back to me. At that point, I shall give you your final task.
Our next task involves stealing Mr. Pastorelli's barber pole. Not what I would consider a minor prank. Stephanie is not going to be happy about this.
Those silly willies down at the fire station are just incensed about losing some decorating stuff. Some people. Yeah. Maybe they should be more concerned with fire and less with flame.
Steve.
I'm sorry. Want to hear what's happening out in the real world?
No. I'd rather forget about Harvest for a while.
Come here.
Stephanie?
I feel so close to you, Steve. Like we're the only two people in Harvest. The only two real people. Do you know what I mean? I need to feel something again. This sense I have that I've known you. It's my only link to my past.
Yeah.
Maybe it's different than memory. Maybe we don't remember each other so much as we recall the feelings deep inside. Strong feelings.
Maybe the body has its own memory.
Let's find out.
I want you. Make love to me.
Then take me. Now.
Mr. Pottsdam using the bathroom has now gained a new meaning. Stephanie engaging in intercourse with Steve, especially at a time and place like this, is just more evidence that proves we do not live in the real world. I decide to use my reward money at the general store. After picking up a wrench and electrical tape, night falls. Breaking down the door with the weapon is not like how a thief would do it, at least that's what the game implies. The fact that this event occurred unexpectedly after acquiring the wrench and electrical tape allowed me to figure out the path to proceed. There's no way taping glass before shattering it does anything, especially not electrical tape. Besides, the gaping hole in the door is still there. Classic adventure game moon logic. Remembering the discussion about the newly installed alarm system, I know that the brightly lit pole is an obvious hazard. After operating the light switch, I can now steal the pole. I, of course, get the brilliant idea to operate the light switch again. This results in us getting caught by the sheriff. We don't get off scot-free this time around, and are instead locked in Loomis's favorite cell. Since I can't just open the gate, it seems like I'm gonna have to find a way out of here. After picking up the tin cup, I assumed that I might have to use it to get some water in the sink. That was incorrect. I am able to extract the pipe connecting the toilet to its tank. Gross. There's only a few interactions that I can make in here, and so I figure that I need to use the pipe. Somehow, Steve thinks its best use case is to use it to disconnect the sink. This is where I find out that the double-click trick I've been using to skip Steve's walking teleports me past the door. Normally, a locked door stops us, but in this case, the cell was the barrier. So I reloaded a previous save and recreated the conditions until I ended up back here. You're welcome. After breaking the sink with the pipe, I then break the cot with the pipe as well. I combine the broken cot with the sink and create a strange contraption that is useful in escaping jail. Using it against the top of the gate props it up against the opposing cell wall. I have no idea how Steve has the strength and dexterity to accomplish such a task, but it's not the strangest thing we've seen so far. I then use the tin cup on either the jail gate or contraption. I'm not exactly sure of which because there's a delay in the success of the interaction and the cutscene playing. The jail keys conveniently moonwalk into our clutches and allow us to escape. It's still nighttime, so I return to the scene of the crime because the pole isn't in my inventory. Like the clock bolt, since it's a key item, it just exists in the void, I guess. Leaving without turning on the light transitions us to the day. We can't forget about our morning talk with our mother.
Did you hear what happened at the barber shop? Someone broke into Pastorelli's salon and took his antique barber's pole. The next morning, Pastorelli touched some live wires that the thief left lying around and was electrocuted. Well, that darn foreigner got what he deserved, if you ask me, coming into a nice little town like Harvest and stealing business. Heavens, if a bowl and scissors were good enough for your father, I don't see why decent working folk need a fancy wop styling their hair. That's how it goes. First you get a sissy trim, then bang, you're a communist. I hear those silly firemen broke out the axes and hacked each other to death. Things never were the same between them after the firehouse robbery. Oh well, maybe now we'll get some real men for the fire department. Though the way things are going, I doubt you'll be around to see it.
What do you mean?
Can't you feel it? The way the stalks whisper in the autumn wind? It's almost harvest time, Steve, when the chaff will be cast aside before the feasts. On top of everything that's going on, some hooligan broke out of jail by hitting Sheriff Dwayne in the head. And now Dwayne can't remember who the criminal was.
It must have been a pretty hard blow.
It looks like the hooligan got off scot-free. For now, at least.
The sergeant at arms reveals that the pole was made out of imported Venetian glass and Italian dreams. The material is more than likely the real value to the lodge, though.
And here it is, the object doll. Imported Venetian glass and Italian dreams. You have done well. An unfortunate side effect that Pastorelli was electrocuted because you left live wires in a puddle on the floor. But as those with affectations of worldliness say, c'est la vie.
Our carelessness also caused Mr. Pastorelli to get electrocuted.
Pastorelli's own incompetence caused his unfortunate accident. What does it matter that you left live electrical wires hanging in the water on the floor? If he hadn't cross-wired the alarm system to the sprinklers, he'd be alive today. Of course, you only wanted the bowl, but that hardly matters now. Your final assignment is to set a fire in DNA's diner and let the French fry where they may. Yes, I suggest you succeed. Beyond that, you must find.
While we did seal the pool, the lodge did make us seal it, and he had to walk into the electrocuted puddle. I mean, I turned on the light and I only went to jail. Stealing a personally important item was bad enough, but Pastorelli was then accidentally killed. Our final task of burning down Edna's diner is beyond a step too far, but it's not like we have any choice. Stephanie acts as a non-biased viewpoint to our actions and reminds us that they have consequences. Are the actions I take worth the cost? Not just in taking it, but in what it then takes.
I'm glad to see you. I feel so... I understand that bake sale is today.
Yeah, you'd think it was the second coming the way everyone is acting around here.
It's insane. The maniacal attention paid to this bake sale. Like all the women in Harvest came from the same cookie cutter. It's unnatural. Unhealthy. Almost a parody of how things should be. And through my window at night, I see my mother throwing out whole batches of cookies, like an automaton getting rid of its surplus product.
My so-called mother has been baking cookies all week, and then throwing them out. Better that than getting rid of us.
Wait around long enough. I have a feeling they'll get to it. You know the firemen? Someone stole some fabric from them, and they're up in arms about it. Another harmless prank? And how many more harmless pranks will you be pulling?
However many it takes to get in, Stephanie. If I have to use them to escape, then I will.
Are you using them? Or are they using you?
It was just a bolt of cloth.
You've turned the firemen against each other. They think one of their own stole it.
Would you rather stay here? I've heard that harvest is lovely in the fall when the leaves turn orange and gold, and the annual blood drive paints the town red.
All right. You have a point. I don't know if you heard or not, but Mr. Pastorelli, the barber, he's dead. Looks like somebody stole a barber's pole from him, then left the exposed electrical wires and some water on the floor. Pastorelli walked in, flipped on the lights, and... Know anything about that? Oh my God! Steve, that was no little prank! A man died!
It was an accident. Forgot about the live wires in the water.
That doesn't change the fact that you killed him. This initiation killed him.
It was just an accident.
An accident which wouldn't have happened if not for the lodge. Don't you see? I'm beginning to think that the lodge poisons everything it touches. Harvest, even you.
I didn't create this situation.
Are you sure?
No. But however it started, I'm gonna see it through to the end.
Vandalism, theft, manslaughter? What's next, Steve? Murder? Look, I know in the beginning I suggested you might check out the lodge. I was more worried about getting out of here than anything else. But now that I know you, I'm worried about you too.
I'm fine.
A man is dead because of you. How can you be fine? You've got to stop this. Tell me, is anything positive going to come out of this lodge initiation crap?
Yeah, or escape, hopefully.
It just seems to me that this order of yours is getting you in deeper and deeper trouble.
They can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
No. But maybe when it's all said and done, you'll want to do anything.
You've got to trust me.
Steve thinks that he doesn't do anything that he doesn't want to. And Stephanie's point of wanting to do anything when it's all said and done is salient, but Steve doesn't have a choice. The sergeant at arms made it quite explicit that if we don't join them, we're going to die. An escalation in crime that alludes to the transformation she described.
My mock mommy says that someone assaulted the sheriff and broke out of jail. The sheriff got bonked on the head and can't remember who it was. Isn't that funny? You? What happened?
Does it matter? In jail or in harvest, we're trapped all the same.
Steve, that was a lucky escape. Don't think you can pull that again.
I'll be more careful.
I hope the sheriff doesn't.
I can't talk now. I've whipped up a huge batch of brownies for the PTA bake sale tonight. I just wish I could do more to help out those poor bums. Most of the bums that die in harvest lack the money for a good Christian burial. The proceeds from this sale will help Mr. Moynahan provide them with proper burial services.
Doesn't it strike you as funny that so many wanderers die in harvest?
No, it strikes me as sad. You have an odd sense of humor, Steve. Mr. Pastorelli was electrocuted. He's dead. It looks like some thief wanted his barber's pole but didn't think of the consequences.
Maybe it's what the guy had to do. Maybe whoever it was really needed that barber's pole bad.
That's no excuse for hurting someone else. Even if Pastorelli were alive now, his heart would be broken. And what's a little profit compared to that? I feel terrible about what happened at the fire station. Those firemen helped me decorate my diner. I can't believe one of them stole that cloth from the others. It must have been someone else, don't you think? Poor Dwayne. It hurts me to see him come in here for lunch with that horrible knot on his head. I just wish he could remember who attacked him.
Edna doesn't have any tips on how to burn her own diner down, but the operable grease fire and smoke alarm are certainly a part of the puzzle. Mr. Moynahan is finally relevant as the bake sale is in just a few hours. I try to get something out of him, but only part after picking up his ledger. Back at the church, the casket is no longer empty. Instead, a young man lies motionless. Red stains are visible on his shirt and boot. I try to get a better look, but the cutscene doesn't play properly. I bring this matter to Mr. Moynahan's attention.
Young man, It seems that, like some elephant like that corpse in the chapel, all dressed up and nowhere to go. No mourners, no point. But I still must provide them with prompt burials by town charter, and absorb the losses myself. God knows, by putting these people up at the Wayward Hotel, I do more than my fair share. The corpse reclining in the chapel right now is a prime example of the difficulties I face. For unfathomable reasons, this bum decided to wander into harvest and summarily drop dead.
Just like that.
Indeed. He died of purely natural causes. Of that I have no doubt.
But why come to harvest to die? You say this happens often. Isn't that a little too much of a coincidence?
I've often puzzled over the situation myself, though I can assure you, young man, that nothing untoward is happening in harvest. On the contrary, it's an indication of our compassion that I put up hobos in the Wayward Hotel, and the Order of the Harvest Moon mandates their prompt burial, even when they are without family or means, and when it entails losses on my part.
The matter at hand is beyond suspicious, but I'm left a bit clueless. I waste a bit of time before finding the mortuary's ledger. The name Jonathan A. Rhinecliff matches. Since the names match, the man we found is almost certainly this Rhinecliff fellow.
Strange how there's a correlation between the bums who've died and the bums you've put up at your hotel.
I'm not a statistician.
Neither am I, but I can tell you, the odds against that ain't so good.
Hey, you may be right. A curious thing to do, snooping around old ledgers. You're an odd and resourceful young fellow.
We probably shouldn't just accuse the man of being a murderer, because there's no way he's going to respond positively to us in any regard after that.
Then you intend to leverage this nominally engaging coincidence for personal gain? What an immoral thing to do, Stephen.
I'm not the one up to my ass in dead bodies.
Yes, but you have an unreasoning faith in the consistency of the universe. Things can change, young man.
I'll make the threats here or in the sheriff's office.
Be sure and tell Dwayne hello for me.
Unfortunately, besides confirming our suspicions, we don't get anywhere. And from the way Mr. Moynahan drops the sheriff's name, I don't think the support of a crime will ever get us anywhere. Especially since this man is completely detached from Harvest in every single way. I showed the ledgers to folks around town, but they just ended up repeating information I already knew. At this point, I was pretty stumped. Moynahan in the bake sale was the only unsolved mystery left, and that meant the glue was important for burning down Edna's diner. Once I got to the point of testing every item on every NPC, I realized that I was just going to waste a bunch of time, and so I just resorted to looking at the solution. Apparently, I needed to take a picture of the corpse. I wouldn't really have too much of a problem with this if I could take pictures of more things, but the only other time the camera came into play was for a funny little gag scene when I was blackmailing the principal and the teacher. With the inculpatory evidence in hand, I learned from my experience with the sheriff and make a photocopy just in case.
Oh, that's disgusting. Take it away.
Do you know anything about this man? Hear anything about his murder?
My stars. He was obviously just a wandering bum without family or connections.
How would you know that, Mrs. Phelps?
You don't shit where you eat, young man.
How disgusting. That's one of Moynahan's hobos, isn't it?
That's right. He told me this man died of natural causes. Those slashes tell me otherwise.
Maybe you should take that photo to the sheriff. Maybe he'll stick it to someone else for a change.
Say, that's a swell snap you got there, buckaroo. Too bad it's not an engine. I'd put that one on the air.
A corpse in the mortuary? What's interesting about that?
Moynahan told me this John Doe wandered into town and died of natural causes. Those slashes look natural to you?
Okay, so Moynahan lied. I just don't see that this is any of my business. Why not take this to the sheriff? He might be interested, but I'm not.
Cool. That's pretty gross. I'll trade you my Gilman model for it.
Our mom is the only helpful individual, though.
I took this in Moynahan's mortuary.
Oh well, he was probably just a bum that wandered into town and dropped dead.
Looks like he had a little help on that drop.
That's not your concern, Steve. Though the fact that you have that photo might concern Mr. Moynahan. Why not pay him a visit?
Ah, you've taken up photography, I see. Now why on earth would you choose such a grotesque subject?
That John Doe you've got boxed up in the chapel? He didn't just drop dead. Someone helped him take the plunge.
You may be right. I'm a mortician, not a medical examiner.
You don't have to be to know that being ripped to shreds can be detrimental to your health.
This is not something you want to be looking into, young man. That's what we all want.
What game are you people playing?
A game we win or lose together.
Look, are you going to tell me what I want to know, or do I go to the sheriff with these pictures?
That would be a grave mistake, I assure you. I've told you all I can. My losses have been substantial of late, so I can't offer you money. The only thing I can give you in exchange for the photographs is my tube of astro glue. I do suggest you take it, or it's all you'll get from me. A wise decision. When a wasp's nest is stirred up, it is seldom the wasps who grieve later.
We successfully obtain the glue, and as we leave, night falls. I first make my way to the Gein Memorial bake sale. All of the wives being the same continues the same social commentary from the beginning. We know that one of them is our mom, and the other is Mrs. Pottsdam. From the other named characters, I then have to assume that one of them is Mrs. Loomis, and the other is Mrs. Johnson. It is curious that Edna isn't here, even though she brought the brownies. Hopefully, she's not at the diner.
What a good boy you are. Have a cookie. Mercy, what a terrible thing to say. Isn't it, ladies?
Yes, terrible.
Hello, Steve. Why, I never. Isn't that right, ladies?
Yes, never.
Buy some cookies? It's for a good cause. Derelicts and bums who wander into town who don't have enough money for a decent burial.
They deserve to be buried. It's the Christian thing to do.
That's awful nice of you. But why do so many derelicts and bums die in harvest?
Don't be such a wise apple, Steve.
Ladies, someone has just burned down the TV station.
On the night of our bake sale?
I sure do wonder who could have done this, and in my curiosity, head on over to the station. Yeah, shocking. I suppose since Edna's diner is next door, this kind of acts as cover for our actions. The diner door is locked, but goes down after we enter by destroying the taped window. Looking around the diner, I find a cake cover, which instantly made me realize what the astro glue was for. Somehow, Steve tosses the glued cake cover over the smoke alarm, and instead of a pile of shattered glass, it sticks to the ceiling. Ironically, Mr. Pottsdam's matches start the fire. Staying to watch our work does not end well for us. We do have plenty of time to make it out safe. With Edna's diner ablaze, our task is complete! Exclamation point! For some reason, the game is oddly happy at us destroying Edna's entire life. Since we completed our final task, we talk to her mother for what I presume to be the final time before I enter the lodge.
Hello, dear. How are you today? The nerve of some people burning down the TV station to detract from our bake sale.
I doubt the perpetrator did it just to annoy the Harvest PTA.
Coincidence? I don't think so. Just 6 months ago, the newspaper building went up in smoke. Obviously, there's a firebug on the loose. Either that or a communist. Steve, I'm so scared. Just ask Colonel Monroe at the missile base. He'll tell you. Now that the bake sale's over, I just don't know how I'll fill my time. Oh, I feel so useless. My goodness. What's wrong with her? My goodness. Oh, it's not as bad as it looks. You just pop them back in. See? As good as new. That tarantula she ate must have had wasp eggs in it.
Don't you think we should get her to a doctor?
What for? She's got her mother. How silly I was, feeling useless just because there are no more cookies to bake. I can still rear my brood. This is a sign, Steve. I have a purpose again.
Glad to see you're feeling better.
Mind, that fire still burns my britches. First the newspaper building, then DNA's diner, then WHAR. I sense a pattern. And any pattern I can't make a dress out of is no darn good. I suppose you heard about DNA's diner burning down? Sheriff Dwayne thinks it was a grease fire. We took a black eye on the bake sale, but I'm sure the Harvest PTA annual blood drive will be more successful. Overall, we made about $200, hardly enough to bury a dead horse, and definitely not enough to cover the annual blood drive.
Annual blood drive, huh?
If you knew how much blood we get, you'd be more impressed. Donations are mandatory, Steve. If you're still here come Sunday, you'll be expected to give.
Until it hurts, I suppose.
Until it hurts. Even Hank will have to donate. Of course, lodge members are exempt. Remember that.
Hey,
Either way, no one's sticking me with a needle.
We don't use needles.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. That's pretty much been my stance this entire time, but somehow I managed to come up with something. That has finally caught up to me now. I avoided talking to Hank because he hasn't said anything useful past day 2. But since the TV station burned down, he might wish to express his feelings.
What is it? What?
Why are you sitting in front of that blank TV?
Someone burnt down the TV channel. There's nothing on. Nothing on.
Honestly, Hank, you're acting like an alcoholic. I told you all that TV would hurt you.
Watching TV don't hurt me, Mom. But not watching TV hurts bad. If I find out who burnt down the TV station, I'll make him wish he was one of those damn Indians.
That is, if Hank ever stops staring at the TV. I feel for him though. It's not like there's anything else for him to do in this town.
Harvest will never be the same without DNA's diner. Or without DNA, for that matter.
Mr. Pottsdam thinking that Edna was actually named DNA reveals a lot to us about his character. His words were rather ominous though. If we talk to Mrs. Pottsdam after burning down Edna's diner, she has some words for us.
Why not go upstairs and talk to Steph? Sorry, Steve. I'm too upset to talk right now. I can't believe anyone would burn down the TV station the night of the bake sale. I just hope nothing will stop the Harvest blood drive. And I don't think that anything can. I'm not one to gossip, but I'm sure you've heard that DNA's diner burned down. But did you know she killed herself when she found out? Her and her daughter, too. I hear the sheriff suspects the fire was set. If you ask me, whoever burned down the diner is a murderer, just the same as if he'd blown Edna's brains out personally. Thank you for your honesty, Steve. That shows character. Go ahead and help yourself to refreshments while I call the sheriff.
You're gonna turn me in?
Of course, dear. Confessing to a crime shows honesty as well as stupidity. One thing we don't need more of. Hello, Sheriff. Mrs. Pottsdam here. Steve took Stephanie's bones. Yes, he's right here. The sheriff says hello, Steve. He'll be coming by to pick you up. Now tell me, Dwayne, how have you been?
Unfortunately, the scene ends with the generic cop death. I do wonder how Edna is reacting. Stephanie is not going to like what I did.
I'm glad to see you. I saw the TV station go up from my window. It lighted up the whole town. It looked like hell. I wished it would consume the whole damn place. And me with it.
Don't talk like that.
I'm sorry. I just can't stand it anymore.
I wish there was something I could do.
There he is. Make love to me. I'm glad to see. I heard that DNA's diner burned down.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Did you torch it, Steve? Jesus. Edna hung herself. And her daughter, too. Steve, what's happening to you?
I don't know. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of all this.
No matter the price, right? Do you mean it?
Yeah. I'm ashamed of the things I've done.
Then you'll stop the initiation process?
Yeah.
Whoops.
I've tried so hard to find an excuse to keep on fighting. But Karen and I can't go out alone any longer. This diner he left us was all we had. It was always a struggle to keep it running in such a small town. And now we've lost it. I know that I can't afford to support us now. There's only one way out. I'm sure you won't be able to understand the depth of despair that would enable a mother to put a rope around her baby's neck. and push her into the air and jump after her. I wonder if I'll hear her next now. If she kicks around and takes a long time to strangle me, I'll scream. But I won't cut her down. I've got to be stronger than I ever was before. But I hope she doesn't get it. God help us and forgive us, Edna Fitzpatrick.
I guess it means it's family lodging time.
DNA's diner is no more, as is Edna herself. She hung herself as soon as she realized what had happened to her beloved establishment. A true entrepreneur and a credit to her nation. Spoke with her for 5 minutes would have known what a tragedy the destruction of her diner would be. Still, you sought to torch her diner, and torched it is. You have proven yourself a worthy candidate for initiation. This was only a trial to determine your worthiness for testing. Your initiation into the mysteries of the harvest will soon begin. In the meantime, be patient. Protocols must be observed before initiation may commence.
How I recognize the sign?
You will know when you receive the invitation. Bring it here, and your initiation shall begin. D.N. She. Her suicide was an unforeseen byproduct, predictable by no one. She killed herself. She made her choice. If you were a catalyst, join the rest of the world. We all live off the deaths of others. Still, you sought to. This was in the meantime.
How I recognize the sign?
You will know when you receive the invitation.
The invitation makes itself clear almost instantly as I go to inform Stephanie right after about the situation.
Guess I can forget about the meat, huh?
What do you mean?
Your dad must have pulled some strings. Be sure and check Stephanie's pillow, you lucky bum.
What the hell are you talking about?
You'll see once the sheriff gets here. Stephanie. Things'll never be the same now. Guess I'll be watching TV nights.
Okay, you can come in now, son.
My God. Is that what I think it is?
Yep, it's a spinal cord.
Is it Stephanie?
I can see a resemblance, but I can't be sure.
More pie, Sheriff?
Pie? Don't you realize what's happened?
Oh, indeed I do. I can just hear the tongues wagging at the PTA. Was it suicide?
Never heard of anyone pulling their own spinal cord out before. Off the record, I'd have to say no. No, all in all, I'd say this was death by natural causes.
Natural causes?
You can't live without a spinal cord, son. Nothing unnatural about that. Think I will have some more pie.
Right away.
I can't believe this. This is horrible.
Believe me, you get to the point to where this is routine. Now the only clue we got is that card on our pillow. Take a look at it.
This is practically a confession.
Confession to what, son?
Murder. Isn't that what you're here to investigate?
Son, you don't investigate natural deaths. No point.
Then I'll get to the bottom of this myself.
Yeah. I'm sure you will.
More pie, Sheriff?
Don't mind if I do.
It's unfortunate, but regardless of my actions, this was an unavoidable situation. Well, technically, the situation was what I was trying to prevent, but what are you going to do?
I don't suppose it'd hurt for you to take the card, seeing as it was addressed to you. Shucks, I'm sorry I had to read it in the first place, but that's my job. Say, I wonder if there's more pie.
Hello, Steve. No, Steve. We're going to put her in the crypt. Keep him by.
Apparently the crypt belongs to the Pottsdam family, which, sure, you know, just a normal 1950s trad household that owns a multi-million stone cube. No big deal. This situation is rather unexpected. I wonder if Mom can help.
What? So, I guess you're not getting married after all. Guess it's hard to tell when you don't got a face. So, was it pretty gross? I hear she was all tore up, with an eyeball hanging out. Did you wonder where the other eye went? Did you look under her bed? See it staring back at you, with the dust bunnies and the roaches?
Can't say that I did.
Shoot, you're no fun anymore. You need to loosen up. Watch some more TV, or you're gonna wind up like that Indian.
I just heard what happened to Stephanie. What a shame. Would you like some toast from our brand new Crandall toaster with auto browning control?
Couldn't eat now. I saw what was left of her. It was horrible.
I'm sure it was, dear. I guess this reshuffles the deck, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, the wedding is off for one thing, and Mr. Pottsdam must be so disappointed. Going to the bathroom will never be the same for him again. I'm sure Mr. Pottsdam was heartbroken. He's been trying to get his hooks into your father's meat for years. It was a fair swap, his daughter's meat for ours, but then again she's looking rather lean these days, isn't she? I'm glad you haven't lost your sense of humor about all this. I suppose your next step will be the lodge, right? Mother knows best, dear. And besides, I heard you found the lodge invitation on her pillow.
I'm so confused. Nobody's doing anything to solve this murder.
Don't be so lazy, young man. If you're curious about what happened, you ought to accept the invitation. That's nice, dear. It's good to be open to new experiences.
Everything seems to come back to the lodge.
The ways of the Order are mysterious, but they've given you an invitation, something rare and precious. And if you want to learn the truth, you should use it.
The auto browning on that toaster did not seem to work, but that's Harvest for ya. Our mom is not taking the situation seriously, but to be honest, we aren't either. Before heading to the lodge, I decided I should take a look at the crypt. We can use the ladder to get up, and since we aren't trying to be sneaky, can just use the axe against the skylight for the crypt. After dropping down, we're attacked by some sort of demon dog. I pre-equipped the axe because my game crashes later on, but since I didn't have a more recent save, I'm just using the recording of the second recreated instance. The combat in this game is still just hold left mouse and hope for the best. Unfortunately, inside the sarcophagus, there's nothing. I suppose the Pottsdams didn't have time to move what was left of Stephanie's body just yet.
I don't understand.
The invitation was not the card, but the spinal cord. It must be presented to me ere I allow you to enter. I expect nothing. What must unfold will. You were provided an invitation. Bring me the skull and spinal cord if you would pass to the world beyond.
Of course, in lodge fashion, the paper invitation was a red herring, and the skull and spinal cord were the required material. I mean, I kind of expected as much, but this forces me to waste a minute as now I have to go all the way back to the crypt. Yes, this did mean I did recreate me wasting this time. Pain. The next step occurs when we obtain Stephanie's skull and spine and go back home to rest for the night.
What the hell are you doing?
I told you, if you were still in harvest for the annual blood drive, you'd have to donate.
What's happening here? Have y'all lost your minds?
You have only so long to find yourself. After that, if you're still a stranger, you have no one to blame but yourself. You have done well. Now let the initiation commence. As your mystagogue, it is requested and required that I turn over this sacred dagger to you to aid you in your quest.
What is this?
You must now enter the lodge. Initiates find it a hostile place.
Are you supposed to help me or get me killed?
I'm starting you on the path of initiation to a very special, very exclusive brotherhood. I am merely the administrator of a test. Whether you view me as an enemy or a friend depends on how well you're prepared to pass.
This thing? You haven't said what it is.
It is a special weapon. Using it will be part of the initiation. You always have a choice, Initiate. Which choices you make matter only to you. Whatever occurs in here is relevant to the great question which you cannot help but answer. What is at issue is whether in answering the question you will find the answers you seek. You will encounter those intent on preventing or prompting your answer, depending on how you look at it. While the assumption is you want to live, dying is easy and provides its own answer, but not for you.
Just tell me, is Stephanie dead or being held within?
The membership director on the second level keeps track of such things.
Oh, great. Then you are against me.
I am the Sergeant at Arms. I am here to ensure that the protocols are observed. Deviation from a protocol shall result in punishment. Remember what I have told you. Now, let the initiation begin.
After the Sergeant at Arms decides to stop trolling us with his unnecessarily verbose non-statement, the doors to the lodge invites us in. A mysterious, yet familiar valet lurks in the shadows of Beethoven, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and Barbara Bush.
Ah, you're here. Excellent. You'll find them through that door.
Excuse me?
You are the exterminator, are you not?
No.
In that case, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time of it, sir. Recently, the lodge has become infested by pests. They need exterminating, or, to be blunt, sir, they need killing. And plenty. We're not speaking of cockroaches. A bewildering variety of deadly beasts lie beyond, and just before the annual board meeting. Dreadful. I wish you good luck, sir. I only hope you can stomach what's ahead. Ah, you're here.
Excuse me?
You...
No.
In the second floor, sir. The entrance is hidden, but a little reflection should reveal the answer. To find the key to the second floor, reach deep within yourself. I wish you good luck, sir.
Mr. Swell being a lodge member shouldn't be all that surprising, especially since when I asked him about it, he was awfully shifty. I wonder who else is going to show up. The clue provided was not that useful because the way out being the way in is like the first thing I checked. Come on, what is this? Amateur hour? We are plopped into a fleshy cavern, obviously meant to resemble the insides of a person. There are bile-covered linings, puckering sphincters, and gross mucus monsters. Unfortunately, I glitched out, and no matter what, Steve would not attack, so I died. That sure was quick, not painless though, and not my fault. After making my way back down, I decide to head in the opposite direction. There's another enemy, and you can once again witness the exciting action. After inspecting the tumorous growth erupting from its prison, this room loops us back to the previous room, meaning our initial starting direction was actually correct. I killed the infected polyp and moved past the mushroom growing near a pool of acid. A living eye blindsides me. While I didn't see that coming, my prowess is still crystal clear, and the mutation soon blinks out of existence. The very still, unmoving big eye stares into my soul. I swing. Behold, the exit, a beautiful sight. Upon leaving the strange rooms behind, we notice a burning feeling on our skin. We also notice a gooey film of slime covering our clothes. It's clear that we're covered in some sort of acidic bile that will slowly eat away at our health. This ticking clock means that I don't have time to waste. The answer to our problem presents itself much sooner than I expect though.
This is a cloakroom, sir. By definition, not a fitting place to seek answers. However, it's plain that the acid from your ordeal is eating away at your clothing and skin. I can clean your clothes for a minor consideration of $5.
I do now need to obtain $5. I walk through the middle door and dispatch of another demon dog. After that, I proceed through the left passageway and re-encounter Pat from the slaughterhouse. Pat is useless when it comes to information, but this room is quite important. Aside from the man, we can pick up an empty glass, a sandwich, and 2 dismembered body parts, a torso, and a thigh. If you get lucky enough, you might not need the sandwich, but with combat being multiple uncontrollable coin flips, I need all the health the game has to spare. Moving through the rightward passageway in the dining room leads us to a small bar. We operate the liquor shelves and are able to crack open a cold one. By either drinking the obvious extra strong craft beer or 3 of the regular ones, the room spins and our vision blurs. Somehow this triggers the mirror to reflect a dark version of us to best in combat. Upon death, it drops a bar key. There's only a few interactables in this location, so finding that it opens up the cash register was pretty simple. From there, we can pick up 2 sacks of cash, a slick $5 bill, and a fifth of $1,000. After using the $5 to clean our clothes, I disemboweled the operator as he had no other lines of dialogue. Off of his corpse, we pick up a shotgun. While being one of the strongest weapons in the game, we only get 2 shells. Luckily, the suspicious toga and pegs are able to be manipulated. Simply operating the peg doesn't keep the secret passageway open, which is where the toga plays its part. Inside the small room, we can pick up 13 shotgun shells and a scythe. The scythe becomes my primary weapon, as I save the shotgun for when I really need it. The door behind the operator is still locked, but this time we can operate the electrical switch he warned us about. Of course, in the following room we have to fight the living fossil of a dinosaur. Very cool. After an attempt or 2, I'm able to explore the game room, but there isn't really anything interesting in here. The next door leads us to the lodge's sewage system. Of course, there's a dangerous creature just below the bubbles on the surface. What else would I expect? This is where the chunks of meat we picked up in the kitchen come into play. With the monster temporarily satiated, I have enough time to enter the bathroom and pick up some weed killer. I use the other chunk of meat on the way out and make my way past the bar. The pesticide takes care of the plant in our way. I wouldn't be surprised if this was secretly a killer plant, but I didn't have the opportunity to find out. There's no obvious exit, but there is a hole in the pillar in the wall. Taking a look in the fountain reveals a rather warped Steve. Clearly this is supposed to be symbolism for how warped Steve's mentality has become ever since he entered the lodge, and not just ripples in the water. There isn't anything obvious contained within, so I do the classic mouse sweep over the entire screen in order to find the key hidden in Steve's right shoulder. Inserting it into the hole opens the hidden door. Once in, we're immediately attacked by Sasquatch. Once dead, we can climb the rope. Stephanie's screams haunt our ascent.
Welcome to the Harvest Moon Art Gallery, sir. I'm the curator of this place. So delighted you could come. That it will, I'm afraid. Art often forces engagement, doesn't it? Lovely works, pastoral scenes, noble sculptures. These are easy on the eye and mind. But when confronted with a work of hideous form, you're forced to deal with it, even if only to dismiss it as trash. Sadly, the most extreme works are the hardest to dismiss. Grotesqueries amid works of beauty are necessary. That should be taken for granted. Nevertheless, it's important that each individual determine his own sense of aesthetics. For that reason, I give you permission to obliterate that which forces you to linger too long in the gallery
I'm just passing through.
If only it were that simple.
Unfortunately, what could have been an interesting puzzle section, questioning the nature of art, turns into me having to destroy some jade statues, masquerading as enemies in bare-bones combat. Passing through the art room takes us into a circular hallway. The first door north takes us into a library. The general store lady is pretty useless when it comes to any information, but if we bring her Mr. Kane's book, she might be able to help us reach the next floor. I move past the locked double doors and enter a pristine ballroom. The harped glissando is a pretty musical flair that accents the mysticality of this area. However, before I get too far, I'm stopped by the janitor.
Excuse me, you can't come in right now. I just mopped the floor.
I take my leave for now and continue on. 2 rook-shaped ashtrays outline a door. Within the ash, I find a shotgun shell each. Inside the room, I face the chess master.
I am a chess master. Any initiate who wishes to pass this way must do so over my dead body. Being a civilized man, I offer my opponents a choice. Solve my problem or fight me to the death. Do you know how to play chess?
It's been a while since I played chess, but I decided to take his offer nonetheless. He presents us an almost complete game where our goal is to checkmate him. The pieces are highlighted, which makes my job really simple. Upon victory, the master kills himself. And in what is arguably the most visceral image in this game, we can pick up a golden key lodged from within his red matter. The next room is the last in this hallway, and it leads us to a shack-sized human. I dip before I have to engage in combat. The key did not open the double doors, so I managed my way back to the ballroom.
You think just because I'm a janitor I got no pride? That's all I got to do all day is clean up after you rich bastards? Take a hike before you get hurt. All right, buddy. You asked for it.
It seems like we're forced to fight the janitor. He isn't able to aim his nail gun, but the knockback means I can't ever get close enough to the old man, which forces me to bring out my shotgun. Upon his death, we are able to pick up his nail gun though. With him out of the way, I move past the stage and can unlock the ballroom door. A killer clown hops into the fray, but it goes down in just a few clicks. The key is the important item, and although the chainsaw is a new weapon, it only exists to take up inventory space. I know we've killed dinosaurs' eyes and living polyps, but this birthday room and killer clown are probably the most random of the bunch. I circle back around to the library, and from there head east and then north in order to meet the membership director.
Fine work. You're obviously an earnest young man. You're in luck. A quick check of my records indicates that indeed a woman was brought into the lodge, although I neglected to get her name, since females are generally not considered for initiation. The young lady is currently being detained on the 3rd floor, in the Chapel of Love. Seek her there. Seek her there. And don't forget to bring her her prize. Little things mean so much.
Stephanie is confirmed to be in the lodge, but we would have to be as obtuse as Steve to not have already reached such a conclusion, since we literally heard her screams not too long ago. Outside of the membership hall is a piano room. I have no idea why this room has giant dolphin statues outside of the fact that this is the lodge. From one of the columns, we can pick up a cat o' nine tails. This weapon only exists for one specific interaction with Mr. Kane. After ripping out Mr. Kane's eyes, he flails wildly and goes down with just a single attack. This saves me quite a bit of health and/or ammo. I take the book back to the librarian, but she only directs me to the chessmaster, who I've already dealt with. The double doors are the last entrance, and that's exactly what the Q-Pi key from the clown opens. There's nothing for us between the chairs of the theater, but as we close upon the stage, we are able to pick up 2 flags. Behind the curtain, there's an assortment of items, but only the spare planks matter. I move on over to the left side of the stage, but through the door there's only a zombie. I waste a minute examining the room before heading back out. The 2 jester masks stuck on the wall stick out like a sore thumb. I have no idea if the correct rotations are hidden somewhere in the level, but I wasn't really able to find them, so I just brute forced the code by spam clicking each of the masks until the door opened. Based, I know. The laundry rooms exist, but I don't think Steve is interested as he hasn't even taken a shower. It connects us to the boiler room. Thanks to the rather annoying wailing alarm, there's clearly some sort of issue at hand, and with the door on the other side locked, it's clearly supposed to be some sort of puzzle. Instead of doing anything though, I stand around for 150 seconds and get blown up. Unfortunately, the death animation is recycled as it's the same one from us being burnt down by the same fire we lit at DNA's diner. The solution to the boiler problem is simple as there's only a few items for us to even interact with. Just make sure you pick up the pipe from the locked door room. After that, I combine the separate pieces into an S-shaped one and then use the wrench to remove the old pipe. Once I turn the valve, a key pops out of the engine and allows us to make progress.
Well, that didn't work.
An electrical turbine engineer attacks us while we hang from some scaffolding, but he's just a filler ad. Some sort of accident seems to have occurred in the next room as molten lava blocks our path. Good thing we picked up those planks of wood from earlier. The next room is even more brutal as the ceiling closes in on us. The rate of which is slower than Steve, so I mean, is it really a danger? If we didn't pick up the flags from earlier, we would have met our end, but I don't know how we would have not picked those flags up when they were literally the only objects in the room. There might have been a unique death animation here, but I didn't get the chance to see it. Yeah, I am just that good. The cop outside of the station is our final enemy before we can take the rope up to the 3rd level. Back in the lodge, there was a mysterious green room. Interacting with the radio switches from playing the main theme of the game to a more intense metal instrumental. Aside from examining the Nazi memorabilia, there isn't anything for us to do in here yet. In the kitchen, we can pick up a glass next to the sink. We can't gather water from this one, but if we use the glass in the decrepit bathroom past the sewer monster, it becomes full. We can use the glass of water to put out the fire. As soon as we take out the gate, a white spider pounces on us. Crawling through the fireplace takes us to a space infected by a wasp hive. The insect attacking us here is of no consequence. The more interesting aspect is the pressure plate. By placing firewood on top of the plate, we can activate the chop early and make our way into Mr. Kane's lair. I assume the nails we could pick up would go with our nail gun, but if it does, I never got it to register as ammo. We enter the first temple.
This is the temple
Abstinence.
of the mystery of abstinence. Do not eat of the food or you will be punished. All within are hereby bound to a vow of abstinence.
Growing up in the aughts, abstinence has always had a more sexual connotation, but that is a rather limited train of thought from me. Although we abstain from gorging on the cheeseburgers, the rotund, layered man inhales them all, engaging in one of the deadly sins. The suit doesn't attack us since we obeyed his instructions.
You obey well, initiate. Better than your brethren. They have eaten and grown stronger for it. As promised, I will not punish you for your obedience, but they will.
However, the sinner does not have to obey such inclinations. This results in us creating a human shish kebab. The door opposite to us is locked from the other side, a reoccurrence meant to railroad us in a certain direction. Thus, we are forced to take the center door. Enter the temple of the mystery of motherly love.
And some mothers complain that their children don't come to see them.
Mommy, you're so good. You're so good.
Shocked? This is the mystery of motherly love. Everyone says motherhood is fulfilling, when in reality, it's draining. You don't know the half of it. From the start, children are parasites. That's what you've got to understand. Sucking the life out of you. Your very life's blood pumping from your belly through obscene pink tubes into their thieving hearts. And even after birth, they keep leeching the life from you.
Mommy, you're so good. You're so good.
Of course, my children are better at it than most. Is that the bliss of motherhood? That's the mystery. Just what the world needs. More greedy little mouths to feed. Children suck the life out of society. They have to be protected, nurtured. Everything has to be childproof and rendered childish. Sadly, they'll suck the life out of you too. You too.
The game continues to try to make some point about the latent contradictions contained within some societal norms through violence, but the commentary is all very r/I am 14 and this is deep. Wow, being a mom is physically draining, so it's represented by kids literally eating the flesh of their mother. Okay, and you pointed out the contradiction, but what about it? Like, is this even being represented as a bad thing? If so, why? One of the counterpoints we can make is that her viewpoint is cynical, but the game just ignores that I even said that and continues to have the children eat their mother. This could have been an opportunity to expand more upon this thought, but instead it never really makes a point like the rest of the game. The rather out there gore scenes are entertaining though. The next temple is also entertaining, but this time for different reasons.
Welcome to the Temple of the Mystery of Religion. The mystery is thus. Those who preach love and mercy in God's name are often those who call for the death of heathens. Do you believe in God, my son? You are wise. His mercy anoints us all. And where doth he dwell, the Lord? Indeed, any other response would be blasphemous. Answer me this, if the word be with you. Does the Lord bounce on a spring or frolic with the wombats? Yes, the fields of the Lord are rife with wombats, and he is their shepherd. Answer thus, if thou be virtuous. Doth God Almighty herd them with his staff, or with special imported wombat herding equipment? Naturally, God, being almighty, hath no need to import anything his staff doth serve. Now, I ask thee one final question, which is only known to those amongst the ranks of the saved. Is God a jar of strawberry preserves, a size 12 sneaker, a foot-long hoagie, an all-expense-paid trip to Brazil, or a new car? You are correct. Pass in peace, brother. The Lord is with thee.
The pastor here is no doubt poking at the idea of religion and probably specifically making fun of televangelists who spread the name of the Lord, but only to fuel their own bank accounts. And if you're asking, I did have to reset the section twice. The Lord does not dwell in all of us, and God is unfortunately not a footlong hoagie. An all-expense-paid trip to Brazil is a good enough second though. We continue forward and stumble across some gutted remains within a straw hut.
What do you want here?
I'm just passing through.
You think it's that simple, huh? Just passing through? Well, my family was just sitting around. And look where it got them. What of it? My country paid me to kill. And then when I came home, I was out of a job. They expected me to stop? Cold turkey? Is that what they wanted? A paycheck today, jail cell tomorrow? Am I a criminal or an entrepreneur? Hey, let's find out.
Unfortunately, the veteran and homeless situation is still not great in the United States. Not that conservatives care outside of the aesthetics. The next room is much less depressing.
Welcome to the Temple of the Mystery of Flesh, Steve. Have a bite?
Mr. Pottsdam?
The mystery is this. Sometimes you have to lose some meat to get some meat. They wouldn't let me in until I demonstrated my worthiness. My invitation came after I buried Karen alive. That showed initiative.
And her spinal cord was your ticket in, right?
Yes, but to be initiated into the mysteries of the harvest, I had to do one last thing. I let them into the house and into Stephanie's bedroom. Sorry, that's not my department. Now I'm a butcher. You should have gotten your dad to hire me on. That way, you could have been the boss, instead of the prime cut.
I did not expect the Mr. Pottsdam boss battle, but it makes sense. Unfortunately, Mr. Pottsdam is less intelligent and is stuck halfway across the room with melee weapons. Using the janitor's nail gun makes his fight brain dead. The next door takes us to the Love Palace.
Hello, handsome. Looking for a good time at a reasonable price? All right, that'll be $200. You're saying my girls aren't worth a lousy $200? You men are all the same. Such is the mystery of lust. So often the instruments of lust, as all instruments of higher pleasure, are condemned as frequently as they are sought after. I'd go on about the hypocrisy of a hedophobic society, but I think I'd rather just kill me a man. All right, honey. One of the ladies will be right with you. Thanks for stopping by, stud. You shouldn't have picked Crystal, though. She hasn't been feeling well. I'd be sure to get to a doctor if I were you. These diseases can have pretty horrible effects, you know.
I guess there's some sort of point here on how we devalue sex work, but the point is incredibly muddled because even if we do pay, we learn that the hooker is infected with diseases. So, what exactly was the point? Question mark? If we don't find the vaccine, we will die from the residual damage, which is rather annoying, so killing her is the best outcome. Before leaving, I pick up the rather obvious hand mirror on the floor.
Welcome to the Temple of Beauty. And am I not beautiful, oh man? Look at my hair, black as a moonless night. Look into my eyes, deep pools of desire. Look at my complexion, pale white and glistening. And what else? And what else? And what else?
Oh no, look at me. Do you see that? I'm fat, fat, fat!
There. Am I not beautiful? Look at my complexion. Pale white and gleaming.
This is a sentiment that has rebounded within the last decade, which is probably for the best. Of course, it has been taken to the other unhealthy extreme with stuff like health at every size, and the general obesity rate is rather high, but modern medicine like semaglutide is unironically the miracle weight loss drug that was dreamed about and will no doubt have some staggering ripple effects throughout society.
Welcome, initiate, to the Temple of the Mystery of Pain. The mystery is thus: the simple manipulation of nerves may break one man and yet leave another unmoved. The physiology is the same. All nerves sing alike, yet the results differ. The question can only be answered by paradox. Although the body functions according to the tenets of science, the invocation of pain is an art. My implements are simple things, like a painter's brushes, from which beautiful complexities spring, different stories brought forth from different canvases, with the different application of a stroke. I invite you now to torture this man on the table, to explore this blessed mystery yourself. Otherwise, I'll have to teach you the lesson myself.
For the Temple of the Mystery of Pain, attacking a man tied to a table is rather painless after all we've done. Loomis the Beggar is in charge of the Temple of the Mystery of Charity.
Welcome to the Temple of the Mystery of Charity.
What mystery is there in charity, for God's sake?
The mystery is thus: any act of charity is an act of selfishness. For in any charitable exchange, one must take from another, and one is always left the poorer. A feeling. Discouraging answer, initiate. You see, though I am needy, I do not consider myself a beggar so much as a taker. I require charity, initiate. Give me something. Charity is a loathsome lie. The only gift that keeps on giving is death.
Singer says hi. The obvious retort is that those giving to charity tend to be in a more privileged position, and thus recognize said privilege and wish to extend said privilege to the less fortunate. So while they are left poor financially, that's not necessarily a bad thing, and in most cases, they do benefit emotionally. I guess also, you could do account tax write-offs, I guess, but we're not going that far. Humans are beings of emotion, and so just dismissing the answer of a feeling is rather lazy. I do also have the $200 from not fucking the hooker, but we can't hand that out no matter what, and thus have to kill him.
This is the Temple of the Mystery of Mercy. You're just in time for our little retirement ceremony. As part of your initiation, you'll be required to execute Edna. That's how old people are disposed of at the lodge, and each member is expected to do his share. They're weak, but by retiring death, you advance yourself. Hold. They're begging you for mercy. Do you grant it? Then finish them, initiate. Thus is the mystery of mercy. Life is a competition, and mercy a perversion of the natural order. When you extend mercy to a competitor, you give him a second chance to beat you.
Philosophically, I would argue that by showing mercy, you can accrue social capital and then convert that into a relationship in which both parties can benefit from. But this is Harvester, so I'm just gonna kill the old people. The following TV room is evil. that guy with the sunglasses spawns in some black and white character with a gun. And it's a rate of fire that kills me, and forces me to come back with the shotgun. After that, we then get ambushed by a dog. I managed to kill both of them with 3 shells each while kiting backwards. Although it was rather stressful since the hitboxes are... With them dead though, the guy dissipates and I can enter the final room.
Welcome to the inner sanctum, big guy.
Principal Harrell?
Within the inner sanctum, you will address me as Vice Muck Harrell, second in command to the Grand Muckety Muck. He of the Fez and Buffalo Hem, the secret handshake, the funny passwords. Only fitting, given that my role has always been that of an educator, and Harvest is one big classroom.
What do you mean?
You'll have to kill me to find out what he means, big guy.
I didn't even mean to kill the principal, but I clicked too fast. It seems like I lucked out by having enough ammo in the reserves for the shotgun.
This is always a great moment when the initiate passes over the threshold and becomes a brother.
Stephanie?
I believe you have something for her. Ring the bell and win a prize for the lovely lady. Or is it win the lovely lady as your prize?
Enough games.
Agreed. Each time you climbed the rope, you caused her pain, but you always hurt the ones you love. Is that all you require?
I want an explanation.
Of course you do. There are no such things as monsters. And yet, you've killed monsters. Everything in Harvest is just slightly askew. This is because, as advanced as our technology is, we cannot make the sim any better than this. The subject's subconscious always warps it in unpredictable ways.
Sam?
This is nothing more than a virtual reality designed by the Harvesters to test potential members. Having successfully completed the program, you have earned the right to become a Harvester.
What the hell is a harvester?
The hand that grips the knife that stabs. The ones who move amid the crop and harvest the fruit.
You're talking about people. Killing people.
Again and again and again, I believe the technical term is serial killer. The Harvesters seek to perpetuate terror and discord for our own purposes. We do this through the random utility of murder, and we persevere through our recruitment of initiates like yourself.
You want me to become a serial killer?
This entire reality has been engineered to break down your resistance, to desensitize you to violence. Now you may become a harvester and re-enter the real world, or stay in peace with young Stephanie and spend the rest of your life in the construct known as Harvest.
What is the real world at this point?
Right now, you are suspended in a sensory deprivation tank, wired to a VR deck. If you don't join us, we will terminate your life support, and you will be dead within minutes. Those last minutes, however, will seem like a lifetime lived in Harvest. You will marry Stephanie and die peacefully of old age.
You're presuming a lot.
Aside from you, she is the only real person in Harvest, suspended in a tank, jacked in just as you are. I assume you'll want to spend time together.
If I stay.
Of course, having completed your ordeal, you may leave with her as you intended and enjoy your victory. If, on the other hand, you wish to join us, the cost of exiting the lodge is the same as the cost of entering the lodge: a skull and spinal cord. Hers.
No. You couldn't kill me. These harvesters, they put people through this torture to give them a taste for killing. The way to beat them is to deny them, to live out your life here with me. You're thinking about killing me, aren't you? Didn't you hear what he said? I do exist. If you kill me here, I'll die for real. And I'll feel all the pain, all the terror, because I'm real.
Well, after all, what's a murder without pain and terror? We will feed the pain impulses directly into her brain and then pull the plug. You will be a murderer, this time for real. So what will it be? Life in Harvest, or life as a harvester? Choose now.
Yeah, I mean, us being a player in a VR game was kinda given away, but this game did come out several years before The Matrix, so at the time this was almost certainly a more novel twist. Stephanie is attractive, but there's not really any attraction between her and Steve, aside from being the only humans in Harvest. Speaking of, there isn't even anything to do in the town, so while we don't have to kill a person, we would be stuck in a metaphorical hell. Killing Stephanie sucks, but at least we get to escape and live in the real world. Or at least, what we conceptualize and perceive as the real world, blah 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 blah. Also, just because we kill her, that doesn't mean we automatically become serial killers. That's a pretty far out there conclusion to come to, which is no doubt the exact point being made. I played the game Harvester as Steve, and witnessed the same violent visuals as Steve. By playing this game, did I suddenly become a serial killer? No, of course not. Captain Crunch, on the other hand, would like to differ. In any case, the conclusion is no. Playing violent video games does not make you violent. Shocking, I know. Here are both of the endings though, starting with us getting married, and then us killing Stephanie with a bat, even though we picked up the Harvester dagger.
You disappoint me. You had possibilities.
I'd rather die than become as twisted as you.
You've made your choice and succeeded in your quest. Enjoy the life you've chosen, such as it is.
What a waste. This kid could have been something. Never looked back. We got 2 more to plug in. There's gotta be a better way to develop these serial killers. This is scientific. You want we should go back to the old way? What old way? Good breeding.
Please help me. Steve, don't do this.
Was neat.
Welcome to our order, brother.
Where are you going?
Nowhere. Nowhere at all.
What are you doing, son?
Playing harvester.
That thing? I looked at it the other day. The very thought. Breeding serial killers. It's disgusting.
It's cool.
You'll rot your mind playing games like that. Don't you know people who watch violence become violent themselves?
That's bullshit, Mom.
No, it isn't. Why do you think they started cutting the violence out of those Roadrunner cartoons?
Roadrunner cartoon. Roadrunner cartoon?
With that, our time in Harvest has come to a close. If you've gotten this far, let me know what your favorite character and or death is/was. Good night.